Council members, please come to order. Good morning, everyone. So we are beginning the day on staff presentation on C5. We have Sarah Marinin here to start us off. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, Sarah Marinin, council staff. I am here providing the staff report of the analysis for C5. This is crab processing use cap issue. This analysis looks at possible changes to the Bering Sea Aleutian Island crab rationalization program, specifically changes to processor use caps. The analysis is posted, and this presentation is posted as well on the e-agenda. And please also direct your attention to some of the public comment letters that were posted on the agenda as well. The first couple slides in my presentation, I really just included here for reference. The crab rationalization program has a lot of acronyms that are specific to it and terms that are used. And I just wanted to have a quick reference for some of these things. I'm going to explain some of these as I'm walking through the presentation as well, but I wanted to have this slide available that you could return to if you didn't know what I was talking about, or also please stop me and ask questions. There's a more extended acronym list in the document as well. This second slide is also intended to be for reference. I've presented this diagram to the council before on how the harvesting and processing quota works in the crab rationalization program. So this is here for reference. I just wanted to begin the presentation before going through the proposed action here, just zooming in and reminding you about this particular aspect of where the harvesting and processing quota intersect. So PQS is processing quota share. That's the underlying processing privilege. And IPQ, individual processing quota, is the annual issuance of the processing opportunity that's issued in pounds. And that is meant to share match with A shares on a one-to-one basis. Processing shares are held both by entities that own physical plants and processing entities that rely on other companies' equipment, either through leasing or custom processing of shares to get that crab processed. So a couple important concepts here for short-term transfers. PQS can be leased, and that's essentially the sale of IPQ. So the IPQ is issued in a different name. If the relationship is arm's length, there's usually a negotiated lease rate that goes along with that. It's a contractual arrangement where the associated risk and responsibility is passed on to the person who the IPQ is issued to. And that RAM issues that IPQ to that person in their name. IPQ can also be custom processed. And in this case, this is an arrangement that's made between the IPQ holder and the owner of a processing plant where there's where there is no ownership or affiliation ties between the two. And it essentially is a contract to use their equipment, but the responsibility and the liability still remain with the IPQ holder. The IPQ holder contracts with the facility operator to have the IPQ crab processed according to their specifications. Usually the IPQ holder will still be the one to identify the market and move the crab after it's been processed in the other entity's facility. So there's some benefits to that in achieving efficiencies using existing infrastructure. It also occurs often in the crab rationalization program because there's regionalization of some shares north-south. And if one processing entity doesn't have a processing plant in that region, they might custom process with a processing entity that does. So history of action on the proposals that we're looking at today. In June 2021, the council received 5 letters proposing changes to the current regulations that prohibit crab processing facilities from using more than 60% of the Eastern Aleutian Islands golden king crab, IPQ. The letters explained about a live crab market opportunity with Royal Aleutian Seafoods, which is a subsidiary of Unisea. Unaffiliated IPQ holders and associated harvesters wish to participate in this market. However, the facility cap constrained that additional participation by the 60% facility use cap. At the June 2021 meeting, the council also received a proposal to change the start date for both Aleutian Island Golden King crab fisheries, both eastern and western fisheries. In response, the council tasked a discussion paper to cover both issues. In October 2022, the council bifurcated these issues and scheduled the facility use cap piece independently. In February 2023, the council received a discussion paper for changing or removing the Eastern Aleutian Island Golden King crab facility use cap. Public comment at that time also added an additional request to include exemptions to the PQS IPQ use caps for custom processed Bristol Bay Red King crab and South designated snow crab, with the possibility of low future catch limits. The testifier was concerned that processing for these species could be constrained. So the council established a purpose and need statement, 2 action alternatives, and requested initial review. And we'll walk through the alternatives in a minute, but at this meeting, the Western Aleutian Island Red King crab was added to alternative 2, along with the Eastern Aleutian Island Golden King crab, because this was the only other fishery that specific regulation applied to. And just note that the Western Aleutian Island Red King crab fishery has been closed since 2024-25. Also, regarding alternative 3, the Western Aleutian Island Golden King crab fishery was added in with Bristol Bay Red King crab and snow crab, as this is the only other fishery that would not be exempt from having all of its custom processed IPQ count towards the PQS IPQ use caps. The council's purpose and need statement is listed on page 13 in the analysis in section 1.2. And some of the high points are listed here on this slide. The purpose and need statement notes there's a significant percent of crab IPQ being held by people who are not affiliated with processing facilities. This requires custom processing. And Eastern Golden King crab and Western Red King crab have a unique cap that limits facilities to processing more than 60% of the IPQ issued for those fisheries. So the purpose and need suggests the action to remove the cap could increase market opportunity for Eastern Aleutian Island Golden King crab. The PQS IPQ use caps include any custom process IPQ for Bristol Bay Red King crab, South designated snow crab, and Western AI Golden King crab IPQ processed east of 174 west longitude. The purpose and need statement notes that declines in snow crab and red king crab could lead to years with small fishery catch limits, which could create production inefficiencies with the current caps. Action to exempt processing from these caps could increase efficiencies and increase the net benefits generated from the species. The purpose and need statement also notes an interest in preserving ownership and entity use caps to limit consolidation.
Ms. Marinan, before you move on, I have a question. I just wanted to clarify that as far as the Western Aleutian Golden crab that would be applied to this program, that it would be the both Western and Western designated as well as undesignated WAG, as long as it was processed east. So if there was a regional delivery exemption for Western designated WAG, that it would be applicable to this action.
Yes, Madam Chair. So currently in regulations, the Western Aleutian Island Golden King crab that's exempted from the PQS IPQ use caps if it's custom processed. The distinction isn't based on the regionalization distinction, it's based on where it's processed. So what is exempt is IPQ that's custom processed in the West region. And this proposed action would also include any Western Aleutian Island Golden King crab IPQ that's processed in the East region. So it would cover all of that species IPQ, regardless of the regional designation of it in the proposed action.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So page 14 of the analysis lists the alternatives for action. Of course, alternative 1 is no action. Alternative 2 is to remove the Eastern Aleutian Island Golden King crab and Western AI Red King crab processing facility use caps, which are at section 680.7A9 in regulations. Alternative 3 is to exempt custom processing of Bering Sea snow crab IPQ with the South Region designation, Bristol Bay Red King crab IPQ, and Western Aleutian Island Golden King crab IPQ processed east of 174 west longitude from the PQS IPQ and processing facility use caps under the program. So add to the list of exempted fisheries at section 680.42 B7 regionalization would still apply. So next, I would like to go into a little more detail on the current regulations. Like other rationalization programs the council implemented, this program has use caps which restrict how much harvesting or processing privilege an individual can hold and use. These use caps are put in place. In this instance, the consideration was that excessive consolidation could have had adverse impacts on competitive crab markets, price setting negotiations between harvesters and processors, employment opportunities for harvesting and processing crew, and a consideration for tax revenue to communities in which crab are landed. So current regulations limit how much PQS a person can hold. And all of these regulations are included in Appendix 1, so you can see the exact language there. But this limits no more than 30% of the PQS initially issued in the fishery. And this is measured based on a 10% affiliation if all of the crab was processed in one facility east of 174 west longitude. So in addition to exempting these species from the processing use cap, there was an additional regulation added in, a new facility use cap specifically for these two fisheries when processed east of 174 west longitude. So I'll note that this doesn't require deliveries west of 174 west longitude, but it does require that more than one processor receive deliveries of these crab species in order for the TAC to be fully harvested. There's a couple of nuanced points for the changes that were made under Amendment 27. These are pretty detailed points, but I just wanted to make sure that they were included in the record. So the exemptions for custom process IPQ that came from Amendment 27 only apply for processors operating at either a shore-based or stationary floating processing facility that are within community boundaries. And in addition, there is an exemption that was included for IPQ crab not counting to the PQS IPQ use caps if it is or was subject to the right of first refusal and has been transferred from the initial recipient to another person, received by a registered crab receiver who is not the initial recipient of those PQS, and received by a registered crab receiver within the boundaries of the eligible crab community for which that PQS and IPQ derived from that PQS is or was designated to the ROFR. This exemption is relevant to Bristol Bay red king crab and Bering Sea snow crab. There is a table on page 20 that shows the PQS that is or was subject to ROFR. For these species, it's quite a good percentage of it. But as you can see in the regulations, this exemption also has to do with what quota has been transferred and who's using it and how they're using it. So this is an additional exemption that applies for red king crab and snow crab. Okay, there were two other relevant crab amendments that I wanted to note. Amendment 41, which was effective in June 2013. And this established a process for exempting from regional delivery requirements. This regulatory package includes an exemption for custom processed IPQ, not counting towards the, I'm sorry, there's a mistake on this slide, not counting towards the PQS IPQ use caps. If the exemption from the regional delivery requirement is triggered through the framework agreement that's produced by the communities and the processors and the harvesters, then any IPQ that's exempt wouldn't count towards the PQS IPQ use caps if it's being custom processed somewhere. And then Amendment 47, which was effective January 2017, added the Bairdi fisheries, both the eastern and western Bairdi fisheries, to the list of fisheries for which the custom process IPQ would not count towards the PQS IPQ use caps. This stemmed from an issue that occurred in that year where the exit of one processing facility left only 3 unaffiliated companies available for processing. And since there's a 30% cap, this meant there was a potential for 10% of the A share IFQ to be left unprocessed unless a new processing company was developed or custom processed crab didn't count towards the cap as what was proposed in this amendment. So an emergency action happened that year, and then Amendment 47 went into place after to address that situation. And then at that time, that left the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery, the snow crab fishery with the South region designation, and Western Aleutian Island golden king crab processed east of 174 west longitude as the only fisheries for which custom processed IPQ does count towards the PQS IPQ use caps. And that is what alternative 3 is about. There was a discussion paper that followed Amendment 47, and it considered other types of options other than just exempting custom processed IPQ, other types of options that could deal with the challenge that was the limited unaffiliated processing companies. And so that discussion paper looked at raising the caps, converting A shares to B shares, and only applying the exemption when the capacity did not exist. But those options did not appear to achieve the intended goal, and that the council took no further action on that discussion paper and left Amendment 47 in place.
Ms. Marinan, before you move on, I have a question on the previous slide. And maybe you'll get to this, and I apologize if I'm on slide 13. Were you able to, in your analysis, track or quantify under Amendment 27 how much of the crab associated with a ROFR historically has been able to take advantage of an exemption, or is that a pretty complicated web?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did start to go down that road, and it became a pretty complicated investigation. And within the time frame I had, I wasn't able to complete that investigation. Also, I'm going to note in the presentation, I didn't have access to all the affiliation information, so I couldn't really complete that investigation if I started to go down that road. That's an important piece for understanding what percentage applies there. As far as I got was noting the PQS for which ROFR does or has applied to. And then I believe in the last crab program review, we looked at how much quota at that time had been transferred, but it was looking at the total units that had transferred over the total amount. And it could be that units have transferred multiple times. So that wasn't necessarily like a good indication of individual PQS that's been transferred. I wasn't able to get down to the level of investigation to give you a percentage of how much each year this would apply to.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, moving on. So the analysis has a section that provides background on the fisheries. The fisheries that are listed on the slide, and each of these sections includes information on the TAC and the harvest, the number of vessels and landings, ex-vessel price and gross value, spatial distribution of harvest, the PQS, IPQ holder information, and the number of processing facilities and locations. I wasn't planning on walking through each of these sections. I am happy to talk through any tables or answer questions if council members have questions. There's just a couple things I wanted to highlight from this section. So one thing I wanted to highlight is these tables on page 38 and 42. These are shortened versions of these tables. Demonstrate that there's different types of processing entities and affiliations. The affiliations of these entities is relevant for the application of the use caps. In addition to leasing and custom processing arrangements, some companies own multiple facilities or are owned through an affiliated parent company. The analysis describes some of these levels of processing engagement to the extent possible, given confidentiality, restrictions around landings data. However, the information that's presented in the analysis doesn't identify affiliations between entities. This information is necessary for monitoring enforcement of the use caps, but it wasn't available for me at this time, so we don't have that level of analysis here. So for instance, if you're looking at the slide, there might be 7 IPQ holders for the EAG fishery in 2022-23, but it could be that some of those 7 are related entities. So these tables don't show that level of affiliation. We did include Appendix 2, which provides the analyst's best knowledge of recent IPQ holder affiliations with processing plants. I wanted to try to make that distinction to the best of my ability because, as I'll highlight later in the analysis, if an IPQ holder is affiliated with a processing plant, they're more likely to use their own facility to create efficiencies in that way with their plant rather than having to pay custom processing fees. Whereas if an IPQ holder is not affiliated with a plant, they need to custom process. But so the tables on the screen highlight PQS holders, IPQ holders, and number of facilities. And you can see the prevalence here of the lower number of IPQ holders relative to PQS holders indicates some leasing occurs, and the lower number of facilities relative to IPQ holders indicates some custom processing happens. The analysis also provides abbreviated community profiles for 6 communities that receive deliveries of Bristol Bay red king crab, snow crab, and golden king crab fisheries between 2015 and 2022. So there's short profiles there on Adak, Akutan, Dutch Harbor on Alaska, King Cove, Kodiak, and St. Paul. For this section, we relied on the community profiles that exist and pulled in some information from ASEPO as well to provide these consolidated profiles. Moving into the impact analysis, alternative 1 is no action. So this represents status quo regulations. So again, processing facilities east of 174 west longitude would continue to be prohibited from using more than 60% of the IPQ issued for the Eastern Aleutian Island golden king crab fishery and Western Aleutian Island red king crab fisheries. So this requires more than one processor receive deliveries of Eastern AI golden king crab in order for the TAC to be fully prosecuted. And some unaffiliated IPQ holders and associated harvesters may not have opportunity to process their crab at the facility if it would exceed the cap. And this is what was described in the proposals that the council received. And they'd need to identify a different facility to custom process with under status quo. Custom process IPQ for South Region snow crab, Bristol Bay red king crab, and Western AI golden king crab processed east of 174 west longitude would continue to count towards the use caps unless it qualified from that ROFR exemption. But an important note that I want to make under alternative 1 is even with no action, consolidation of processors can still occur. Although use caps can provide market space for another processing facility, it doesn't guarantee that a processing facility will be available. It doesn't prevent consolidation up to cap levels, and even beyond cap levels, if processors choose not to operate, harvested crab could be stranded. And that's the situation that we saw with the Birdeye fisheries in 2016. So there's a lot of decisions that could be external to this specific decision on use caps. Looking at the effects of alternative 2, so that's the alternative to remove the Eastern AI golden king crab and Western AI red king crab facility use cap. This would allow additional custom processed IPQ to the facility that's near the cap. In recent years, this has been 2 to 4 processing facilities. We expect that the current caps are likely influencing the relative distribution of EAG IPQ between the processors and not the actual number of facilities that are active. However, if the action is adopted, it would not prohibit all EAG IPQ from being landed in one facility. It's not expected that this would be the case in the near term, as the recent active facilities also hold IPQ, and it's expected they would continue to process their own IPQ. But overall, the impacts are highly dependent on external factors. And then just a note that if the Western AI red king crab fishery remains closed, the action has no effect for this fishery. If it opens, the action could allow for more efficient deliveries and processing, especially if it was a smaller TAC. The analysis breaks out the potential impacts by processors, harvesters, and communities. So for alternative 2, expected impacts for processors, at the processing sector level, there's an expectation of increased net benefits and production efficiency. But within that higher level, there could be distributional impacts for some processors. So some may have more IPQ to process and some less. It's expected to be beneficial to unaffiliated IPQ holders by potentially providing more custom processing market opportunities, such as the live crab market that's described in the proposal, and potentially more competition for facilities. That expectation is also caveated that if the number of independent active facilities decreases, which is not expected in the short term, but if it does, then there could be less competition and less market opportunities. This action wouldn't prevent that from happening. There would be continued opportunities to enter into the processing market by purchasing or leasing PQS or accepting deliveries of B or C class IFQ or CDQ crab. In terms of harvester effects, these are similar to unaffiliated IPQ holders. For those harvesters that have share matched, it would be expected that this action would be beneficial to them by providing additional custom processing market opportunities and more competition for facilities. Again, unless the number of independent active facilities decreases, which creates the opposite effect. For EAG communities, this would be in recent years, Dutch Harbor and Unalaska and Akutan. Consolidation can and has already occurred for EAG IPQ. In 2022-23, I believe all the IPQ was processed in Dutch Harbor. And so that is expected to continue unless external factors change that trajectory. But expected impacts from the proposed action are expected to be marginal. Again, it's expected that these factors are more influenced by external decisions.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. And not to have you repeat these slides, but I think there's a lot of words on here, and something you said is it in terms of consolidation, it wouldn't prevent this action, or alternative 2 wouldn't prevent that from happening, but it's also not likely to really contribute to that happening in any significant way. Is that a fair statement, just given all the other factors and pressures affecting whether a processing business is viable in these high cost remote communities?
Through the chair, I would say that that's a fair statement. It's hard to really measure how much of a driving factor this change would be, but just based on all of those other factors and how expensive it is to operate in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands and things that are happening with crab and other market conditions right now, I wouldn't expect it to be a driving force for change.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, moving on to alternative 3. So this is exempting custom processed IPQ from PQS IPQ use caps. So this would allow processing facility companies to process over the 30% use cap for Bristol Bay red king crab, South designated snow crab, and Western ag golden king crab with custom processed IPQ not counting towards the caps. This would align the application of these use caps across all the crab fisheries. Some things would stay the same. A person's direct and indirect PQS and IPQ holdings would still count towards the use caps, and regionalization would still apply. So this slide that breaks down the expected impacts on processors and harvesters and communities is very similar to the slide from alternative 2. There's a lot of similar expected effects of these two types of actions. This action would be expected to benefit the owners of crab processing facilities that would like to process additional amounts of these species, but can't due to the 30% use caps. And there's two types of scenarios where this could be the case. The first is that PQS IPQ use caps could be an issue if there's species with low tax and or there's other factors that necessitate operational flexibility. But also, there need to be enough independently owned facilities to remain under the 30% cap in order to fully process the TAC. So not including the ROFR exemption, that means at least 4 independent processing companies. And so this was an issue in 2016 for the bear dye fisheries. So this could be an issue whether the tax are small or not, as was demonstrated in 2016. So I'm not going to repeat all the expected impacts to processors and harvesters. These are, as I mentioned, these are kind of the same that were described for alternative 2. For communities, this represents a slightly different suite of communities. We're also talking about King Cove, St. Paul, Kodiak, and ADAC has also processed some of these species in the past. Similar to alternative 2, consolidation and movement of IPQ can already occur under the status quo, and impacts would only be realized to the extent that the action facilitates the movement of shares to or away from recent processing communities. And again, as we were just talking about, there's other external factors that might drive these decisions, and it's expected that those factors may be a stronger influence, although creating this exemption wouldn't prevent additional consolidation. And then finally, we have some information in the paper about management enforcement considerations. The Office of Law Enforcement has consistently identified challenges with monitoring and enforcing these caps. It involves a complex web of entity affiliations and a complex system of regulations with many nuanced exemptions. And due to this complexity, they are generally monitored and enforced on an ad hoc basis when issues are suspected. Analysts expect that alternative 2 and 3 should reduce the monitoring enforcement burden. If adopted together, the use caps would be consistent across all fisheries, and monitoring enforcement would be essentially at the holder level. So looking at the PQS holders and the IPQ holders, and not at use and custom processing use. So again, this is initial review. The next steps here would be to consider whether action is warranted. And if the council wishes, you could identify a preliminary preferred alternative for consideration at final action. And Madam Chair, that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. We'll see if there are any questions at this point for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if this is, I'm just trying to summarize. I don't envy you this analysis one bit. I mean, I think this was very difficult to work through these regulations. But if I had to try to kind of boil down the purpose of this and then your conclusions, how would I do that? I'm looking at this as, you know, when the crab program was developed, we didn't really anticipate the level of processing shares that would be acquired by people that don't own processing facilities. And so they need a processor to custom process their crab. And we also, of course, didn't anticipate these severe declines in 2 of our major crab species. So aside from the biological concerns that creates, and this council's trying to deal with, that creates a lot of disruption to harvesters and processors, and including hugely inefficient and high cost operations, and forcing people to operate to process a very small amount of crab. So those are kind of the 2, like in normal words, reasons why I feel like we're moving forward with that. But if you could also add to that or correct me in the reasoning for moving forward with working through these complicated regulations, did I miss something? Or are those kind of the 2 big things we're trying to address?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think you did a good job summarizing this in normal words. One thing to add is to simplify the process as well. In terms of monitoring enforcement of these caps, when we have a list of exempted fisheries, that's almost all of the fisheries. And the fisheries that aren't on that list, the reason that they weren't on that list was based on factors that have changed in the fisheries. I mean, I think with all of these use caps, there's good intentions focused around preventing consolidation, but it's also a matter of which aspects of that the council can control. First, what's external, and like what happened in 2016 with the bear dye fisheries, if there just aren't enough processors available, can't force another processing operation out into the Bering Sea when the costs are so high. So there, when the landscape of the fisheries were very different and there were a lot more processors operational, then these caps had a different function, I think. But when we've got really low tax in the fisheries and much more limited processing facilities, they can actually prevent competition and market opportunities in some cases that we're seeing.
Thank you for that summary.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan, for your presentation. So any members of the public wishing to testify on C5, please sign up before the end of our AP reports. I think we're ready to transition to Mr. Wilkins.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Paul Wilkins, AP Vice Chair for the record. Okay, for C5 crab facility use caps, the motion reads as follows. The AP selects alternatives 2 and 3 as the preliminary preferred alternatives and releases the analysis for public review. And that motion passed 15-0.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Wilkins. I'm struggling a little bit with just the AP's choice of both of the alternatives as preliminary preferred. Usually we use preliminary preferred to signal that one of several options is the one we're most interested in getting comment on. And when they're all, if we don't have a preference, then we're interested in all. So I'm wondering why designate both of them as preliminary preferred? It seems like it's not exactly consistent with how we've used it. So I'm wondering, was there an AP message there that I'm just not picking up on?
Apologies through the chair, Mr. Twite. Thank you for the question. There's two aspects here, I think, that sort of cause the language to be what it is. And number one is that the alternatives 2 and 3 did not appear to be mutually exclusive with each other. They cover different fisheries. And the second part of that is that because of the downturns in the crab fisheries and some of the constrictions on processor capacity, both alternatives were deemed to be of value to pursue, especially at this time of lower TAC abundances. And so therefore, the AP considered that both alternatives were high priorities. And I suppose the appropriateness of that language wasn't necessarily discussed across the table, just the point that both of the alternatives seemed important at this time.
Thanks. That's a very helpful answer. And I caught some of that in the written rationale, but the way you put it really helped me.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Appreciate it. Before we transition to, thank you. Before we transition to public testimony, I do anticipate starting presentation on D1 early. It's scheduled for 1 p.m., but as we indicate at the beginning of the meeting and on our agenda, we sometimes get ahead or behind schedule, and so the timing changes. So interested members of the public who are wanting to engage on that agenda item, please be aware that we may get to it early. Thank you. So we will move on to public testimony. I see 3 people signed up, starting with John Yanni, and I believe he's online.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, members of the council. John Yanni here,
Actually,
testifying.
Mr. Yanni, it does actually sound like you're quite muffled. If you can adjust your audio.
I'm not sure how to do that. Is this any better?
Not really.
Um, Yeah, well, I perform best when muffled, so maybe that's the way I had to go forward.
Okay, let's give this a try. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll try to be certainly brief. I'm testifying this morning here. Appreciate the council taking my testimony remotely on the use cap exemptions in the last two crab fisheries where the council does not exempt custom processing from the use caps. As staff analysis pointed out, with amendments 27 and 47, all of the crab species under the crab program do have exemptions for custom processing, except for Bristol Bay red crab and Bering Sea snow crab south. The problem is that the TAC for Bristol Bay red crab and likely for any future TACs in Bering Sea snow crab south are so small that the use caps are now very constraining on the processing sector. One thing the analysis didn't point out was that the use caps do not apply to the harvesting sector because all the harvesters are in a co-op, and the use caps are waived when harvesting is in a co-op. So the harvesting vessels are going to be able to rationalize themselves down as efficiently as possible with these small TACs, but we still have the caps constricting on the processing side. And we also have IPQ holders, certainly members of my group, that do not have processing ability. And the only way they can get their crab processed is to custom process through a registered crab receiver that has processing available. So there's going to be some constraints coming up in this Bristol Bay red crab season with this very, very small TAC. The problem with the way the use caps are calculated is if you're a processor and you're limited at 30% and an IPQ holder comes to you to ask for custom processing, you're going to be very careful that you don't want to have a penalty. So you're going to be overly conservative. That means you're going to have to stop processing at a certain level and maybe or may not be able to custom process that other person's IPQ. I think that the use caps for processors are now old in the sense that the council was concerned when the program went in place and they created processing quota shares. And I think the use caps were a prophylactic the council put in to make sure that there wasn't inappropriate consolidation. And I certainly don't think that's been the case. It's important for the council to remember that in the Bering Sea North designated snow crab fishery, there's only one processing plant, and the use caps are waived so that all of the northern shares of IPQ are processed at the one plant up there through custom processing arrangements. And to my knowledge, there have been no problems reported from that. And then of course, the ownership caps are still in place. The council, if it needs to during the crab review, can look to see how much crab was processed at a particular facility. So for all those reasons, Madam Chair and members of the council, I'm urging the council to select alternatives 2 and 3 because they address different fisheries and bring the custom processing use cap exemption entirely consistent with the remaining crab fisheries under the crab rationalization program. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Yanni. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Thank you. Oh, okay. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Steve Miner.
Good morning, members of the council, Madam Chairman. Steve Miner for Ocean to Table Alaska. Ocean to Table Alaska is a company that I formed at the beginning of this program. I'm not an initial issuee of quota. I bought my way into this fishery. We are primarily invested in golden king crab, but in addition to the quota that we own directly, I lease and or manage quota for other non-affiliated IPQ holders and CQE groups. For us, first, I'd like to thank Sarah. I was involved in the development of this program. We attempted to address just about every social and stakeholder need we could. We managed to create probably the world's most complicated fisheries management program. And Sarah did an excellent job of walking you through the history of it. Initially in 2021, when this issue came before you, it was simply an Eastern Aleutian Islands golden king crab issue. At the time, those of us that are non-affiliated IPQ holders were trying to collaborate on the development of live crab, but we were also constrained because we rely on custom processing services. And given these caps, there was no active market. If you weren't at one place, you were forced to the other place. And no offense to anybody, but we'd like to at least be able to talk to multiple plants, not be forced to deal with a single plant each year. Later in 2022, the WAG start date was added to the package. And then in 2021, I'm sorry, in 2022, the council saw fit and we agreed to bifurcate those two issues to try to accelerate action on the golden king crab request that we had initiated the year before. And then unfortunately, we faced the where we are now, which is the collapse of snow crab and red king crab. So instead of expediting things, you've added those to the package and you've sent us back to the starting line. So I'm here today in support of both Alternative 2 and Alternative 3. They are not only, they both deal with completely different fisheries, and I think you need to take action on both. We're particularly concerned about, after now coming up on 3 seasons, action on golden king crab. It's where all of this started. You've heard enough from Sarah about Amendment 27 and why we were left out of complete exclusion exemption at that time. I just wanted to add to that. You've heard for the last several years industry support for this action on golden king crab, and you've heard absolutely no opposition from any stakeholder. All of us involved in this fishery, we know each other, and everybody is in support of this. And if there's anybody not in support of this, they haven't spoken up. So please take action as quickly as you can, and particularly on the golden king crab portion of this, which is Alternative 2.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Manning. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Thank you for your testimony. And our last testifier is Heather McCarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, which is the CDQ group on St. Paul. We have, in addition to our CDQ allocations, we have made considerable investments in crab quota, both harvesting and processing. The majority of our processing quota is in the Opelio fishery, but we also hold quota in 4 other crab species. We own with partners 2 crab vessels, and we harvest all of our crab on those vessels ourselves. But since we don't own and operate a processing facility, we must enter into custom processing agreements for the processing of our IPQ. In doing so, excuse me, we make every effort to direct our crab to the processing plant on St. Paul, because, as you know, that community is almost completely dependent on fish tax revenues for the processing of king crab and snow crab mostly. We are here to thank the staff and the council for the analysis. I think it's going to become like a reference Bible for those of us who try to remember all the steps in the development of the CRAB program. And to ask the council to move forward alternatives 2 and 3, as has been said already, different fisheries, and 2 and 3 are both probably necessary. We think that the flexibility for custom processing is essential for both harvester and processor, and sort of ironically, I guess, for in our case, the community. One point that I would like to make, and it's in our comment letter that we provided, because of our historical and continued dependence in St. Paul on crab processing and the revenues from fish tax, it's important to CBSFA and the community that this regional delivery requirements will not be affected by this proposed action. I know that's part of the analysis, but I just wanted to highlight that. In our case, it's supremely important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. I'll see if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none, thank you for your time. Again. Oh, sorry. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for staff, if that is appropriate
Sure,
at
I
this
think, yeah.
time.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can bring staff back up. We're waiting a few moments to prepare for a motion. Ms. Marinan.
Sarah, I know this doesn't have thank you, Madam Chair. I know this doesn't have a direct nexus to this action, but I picked up in the public testimony that we just heard, I think from Mr. Yanni, that there's a chance that the fact that this won't, of course, be in place in time may have some effect on the Bristol Bay Red King Crab season that's going to open in October. When would we know? I mean, I know you don't know who's going to participate in that. When would we know what kind of effect is that this is going to have on the current Bristol Bay Red King Crab fishery? Is that after everybody registers, or is that going to be after the season that we'll know what that effect might be? And do you anticipate it's a very small effect or large effect? I just wonder if you can shed some light on that. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Downs, I'm just thinking about the timing of when we would know. I think we would know probably once share matching has occurred, when harvesters know where their A shares, how their A shares are going to be matched. I might not have all the information on exactly how much is decided at that time, but at the point when they understand what processing facilities will be open that they can deliver to, then that could give us an indication of whether there's going to be constraints. Like I mentioned, monitoring enforcement of these caps is very challenging. It requires a pretty thorough investigation and usually happens after the fact. So because of that, industry may proceed in a precautionary way. So that makes it difficult, I think, to know at this time. And I don't have information about which processing facilities plan to be open this year, accepting deliveries of Bristol Bay Red King Crab. But under current regulations, there's the 30% cap. There is the ROFR exemption, which makes that calculation a lot more complicated. Setting aside the ROFR exemption, that means 4 unaffiliated processing companies that own facilities accepting deliveries of Bristol Bay Red King Crab. So industry would have to have a sense that there's at least 4 companies accepting enough crab to make that calculation possible. And I would hope that that understanding would happen, at least by the time that share matching happened, but I don't know exactly all of the details on when those industry decisions are made.
Ms. Kimball. Sorry, Mr. Down.
Thank you very much. That makes sense to me. And I guess the message to industry is the sooner you get your shares matched, probably the better, but yeah, thanks.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And following on Mr. Down's question, and we would know by the December meeting probably what the result is, but just playing it out logically, because this isn't in place yet, it forces at least 4 processors to process a really small amount of crab. And so just logically, you're forcing people to process crab potentially at a loss. Otherwise, you are stranding crab quota. And so I think that is really simple to say, this is one of the reasons why this action is needed. And I guess I'm looking for staff confirmation of that.
Through the chair, yes, I think this year is it's an example of why these regulations may, how things have changed over time and how they might be creating inefficiencies in the system and creating challenges that could potentially lead to stranded crab.
And one follow-up, I don't know if it was in your presentation, but it seems that if kind of any situation arose, like a fire or a plant was down because of repairs or something like that, that also then forces this same situation whereby people would have to come to the council and ask for some sort of exemption or some sort of immediate action to deal with that circumstance. Is that also a scenario?
Through the chair, yes, that could be a scenario. If it was a situation that triggered an exemption from the regional delivery requirements, then that has a built-in exemption for this. But if it doesn't trigger that, then I think it would need to be an emergency action or something through the council.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. See if the council's ready to take action. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. I have a motion that has been sent to staff. I move that the council recommends releasing the analysis for final action and identifies the following preliminary preferred alternatives in bold. Deletions are shown in strike through. Alternative 2, remove the Eastern Aleutian Islands Golden King crab and Western Aleutian Islands Red King crab processing facility use caps at 50 CFR 680.7 paragraph A9. And alternative 3, exempt custom processing of Eastern Bering Sea snow crab IPQ with a South region designation, Bristol Bay Red King crab IPQ, and Western Aleutian Islands Golden King crab IPQ processed east of 174 degrees west longitude from the PQS, IPQ, and processing facility use caps under the program. Regionalization would still apply. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. And I've appreciated the discussion with staff and during testimony today, and wanted to also lend my thanks to Ms. Marinan for walking us through a very complex issue. This motion identifies alternative 2 and 3 as the preliminary preferred alternatives for final action. While this is unusual, as Mr. Twite mentioned earlier, I think we've had sufficient discussion with staff and with the AP vice chair in terms of why this is the approach we're taking. The alternatives affect different fisheries. although we're essentially addressing the same problem, if you will, in terms of the current stock status of Bristol Bay red king crab, Bering Sea snow crab, and other low tax in the fisheries that are open. Exempting custom processing facility from the use caps will allow more efficiency across the processors that choose to operate and ensure that no quota is stranded, as similar to the discussion we just had. Without this action, there are likely situations at very low tax levels whereby processors will be forced to process crab unless TAC is stranded and just not caught. And so that is the unfortunate situation that we're dealing with here. I think given the complexity of the crab rationalization program, this is where we are. And these preferred alternatives, preliminary preferred alternatives, should the council adopt them, I think are moving in the right direction to simplify the current regulations and adapt to our unfortunate current conditions. As an additional point, I'm just suggesting in the motion to strike the parenthetical in alternative 3 that references federal regulations. Again, I don't think we need to be prescriptive about how NIMS implements this change in a further effort to streamline these actions for this complex program. And just if the council adopts alternative 3 at final action, just to be clear that custom processing for all crab rationalization program fisheries would be exempt from the facility use caps. And we would expect that NIMS would take this opportunity to simplify, again, these very complex regulations to accomplish the council's objectives if this moves forward to final action. And again, the intent behind both of these preliminary preferred alternatives I'm suggesting in the motion would be to simplify regulations, provide consistency in how facility use caps are managed and enforced across all crab fisheries, and just recognize that the substantial change in the crab fisheries and processing operations since implementation of this program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there any questions on the motion? Any comments? Ms. Kimball.
Just briefly, Madam Chair, and thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. I feel like we've already had discussion about why it's necessary, so I support it going forward. I think it's very easy to think that it's just moving regulations around and trying to streamline things, but it actually has real results and consequences by not having this. And I think it will be very helpful, especially to crab participants in those communities, to have this consistent across all crab species and make some of these fisheries more viable at these low TAC levels. So thank you, I'll support.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Okay. Okay. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. So I'm going to give this a try, see if there's any opposition to the motion. Okay. That motion passes without opposition. Any further action on C5? Okay. Seeing none. So we made up a bit of time this morning. What I'd like to do is take a 15-minute break before we transition into staff presentation on D1, and again, notify the public that we are beginning that agenda item early. Thank you. So let's come back at 9:55. Thanks. Council members, please come back to order. Welcome back, everyone. So I think we are ready to begin our staff presentation on D1, and we have Dr. Hopelo with us.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the council. For the record, Kate Hopelo with council staff, and joining us virtually today is Dr. Sarah Wise with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. Myself and Dr. Wise are the co-chairs of the Local Knowledge, Traditional Knowledge, and Subsistence Task Force, and we'll be providing you the presentation today. So there are several items posted under the D1 agenda item for the council today. That includes the final local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence, or collectively, we have identified that as the LKTKS protocol, as well as the final on-ramp recommendations. There's also a written report from the task force's June 2023 meeting that's available, and the final task force report that takes a retroactive look at what the task force has been doing over the last 3 years. Finally, there's also a link that will take you to the extended public comment review period, and you can see all of the letters for comments that were submitted there. The council is taking final action on the work prepared by the Local Knowledge, Traditional Knowledge, and Subsistence Task Force at this meeting. So this is the last time these materials will be presented to you, and that means that the council could choose to take no action, and in this case, the protocol would not be adopted and work on the on-ramp recommendations would not be implemented. The protocol would be, the council could also choose to adopt the protocol, in which case the protocol would become a guidance document that informs the council's decision-making process. The council could also choose to initiate work on any one or multiple on-ramp recommendations, and the council could choose to provide direction on related future work. And to this end, the task force has provided recommendations at the April meeting, and I will make sure to cover those again for the council at the end of this presentation. This slide displays the council's April 2023 motion. So in April, the council chose to initiate a 50-day public review period to solicit greater input on the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence protocol, as well as those on-ramp recommendations. The council also approved an additional meeting of the task force to review and respond to the comments that were received, as well as review the input from analytical staff, the SSC, the AP, and the advisory and the council from April. The task force's discussion and recommendations from the June meeting are incorporated and hopefully clearly called out for you throughout the presentation today. During the 50-day extended public comment period, there were 34 letters submitted. There was broad public support for the protocol and no letters opposed adopting the protocol. And the majority explicitly supported the council's adoption of it as is. And there was widespread support for the on-ramp recommendations, but there were differences in which on-ramps to move forward. But there were no substantive edits to the protocol or on-ramp recommendations resulting from that public comment period. So we wanted to be clear for you on that. The next couple of slides are just going to provide a brief background on the task force, as well as the work we have been doing over the last several years. So the task force was formed under the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan. And just a reminder that the protocol then is specific to the Bering Sea region. This slide displays for you the task force membership and the names and affiliations of its members. This body was formed by the council in 2019, and we convened for our first meeting in January 2020, and since have met 11 times. And so this has been an iterative process where we've convened in person and hybrid meetings, and certainly virtually over COVID to develop the work products that were tasked by the council. So in February 2020, the council adopted 2 goals for the task force to achieve, which are to develop processes and protocols through which the council can identify analyze and incorporate local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information into the council's decision-making process. The council also adopted 5 objectives for the task force to achieve and requested several work products. And at this time, we've completed work on those. And so we feel as though this body has, to the best of its ability, satisfied those requests from the council. The next section of the presentation will discuss spend a little bit more time giving you an overview of the protocol and the on-ramp recommendations. And we've prepared some slides that identify the council's requested changes in April and where those changes are included within the respective documents. So just a reminder, local knowledge is held by people who live and work and harvest and process resources in specific places. The protocol does not provide a one-size-fits-all approach or example to identifying a local knowledge holder. They may be skippers, crew members, community residents, subsistence gatherers, and more. The protocol uses the terminology traditional knowledge as it's the preferred term of knowledge holders throughout the Bering Sea region, which is where the task force's work has been focused. Traditional knowledge is an indigenous knowledge system rooted in deep history and regarded as expert in nature by the community in which it's held. Traditional knowledge is also an evolving knowledge system that's acquired, refined, and assessed over many generations. The protocol discusses the state and federal government's definitions of subsistence and notes that these definitions regulate subsistence uses. The task force has also had conversations that subsistence can more appropriately be understood from an Alaska Native perspective and worldview as a way of life, and that it is integral to the nutritional, spiritual, and economic well-being of people in the community. And we've had a lot of conversations that subsistence and traditional knowledge are really inseparable. Traditional knowledge informs where, when, how, and why people practice subsistence. And subsistence is the activity, whether it's harvesting, processing, sharing, consuming, that provides the space and the place and the need to learn and share traditional knowledge. This slide provides an overview of all 8 protocol guidelines. Each guideline was written to inform the council's decision-making process. And when the council created this task force and asked for a protocol to be developed, the council also expressed interest in having a protocol that could inform its decision-making process as a whole rather than specific components of it. The guidelines were written in a way that they would be considered as a package. So they're not intended to be considered individually, but rather if the council were to adopt the protocol, that all 8 would move forward and not be seen as individual recommendations. As noted earlier, the extended public review period did not result in substantial edits or substantive edits to the protocol. No guidelines were removed or added. And likewise, the LKTKS policy statement in section 5 was not edited. That means the only main changes in the protocol posted for the council at this meeting are based on its prior input from April. And this table summarizes for you the edits that the council requested. So specifically, the council asked that the task force would note the council is required to balance the national standards under the Magnuson-Stevens Act when making management recommendations. To be clear on the ways that the council's process currently benefits from local knowledge, as well as traditional knowledge, but particularly an emphasis on local knowledge holders as they serve on several committees and including the advisory panel, and address that the council and staff are not static bodies. So providing some input on building and maintaining relationships over time. And one way that the task force had some discussion on this in June is that adopting the protocol could be seen as a way of institutionalizing some changes that would be meaningful to the inclusion of local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information. And so looking at those institutional changes as a way of providing some direction on maintaining relationships over time. If the council were to choose to adopt the protocol, the LKTKS policy statement, which is in section 5 of the protocol, it's envisioned that that would become a short and accessible statement that's available on the council's management policies webpage. And the protocol itself would be a guidance document that is there for reference. And the purpose of this statement is to define the council's approach to working with local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information in a clear and concise way. And so I just want to be clear that having the policy statement is not intended to erase the protocol, but rather that it's envisioned that the protocol would be available alongside that policy statement on the council's webpage.
Ms. Kimball has a question for you, Dr. Hapla.
Thank you, Dr. Hapala. On the policy statement, I guess, can you give me a sense of kind of how supported that was through the task force? Because I think that does seem like it's a risk when you try to summarize or condense something that we've been told is really important as a body of work in full. And so I guess I worry a bit about getting that policy statement right. And I wondered if you had anything else about like consensus among the task force that this was an important piece and the wording in the policy statement that's provided in our document.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question through the chair. Yes, I can understand. I understand the question and the concern that you're conveying. So I think the task force has had significant agreement and consensus around that policy statement, and not least of which is because the 8 points reflect the 8 guidelines. And we spent several meetings over the last couple of years discussing those guidelines and making sure that, and revising and removing some and condensing others to make sure that that advice and guidance was clear for the council. And so I don't think there's a concern from task force members about the council adopting that policy statement and the protocol no longer being represented in part because, or all in part because that policy statement is based off of the main content of the protocol, and the protocol would also be available for reference for the council or for staff or any other reader.
Thank you.
Okay, this slide provides for you some background information on the on-ramp recommendations. The task force was able to reach consensus on 11 different on-ramp recommendations for the council to consider. And these are directly related to the 8 guidelines in the protocol. And the way the task force has considered them is that they're really 11 different opportunities for the council to consider implementing work related to those guidelines. Each on-ramp recommendation should be considered as its own recommendation, and the task force chose to take this approach so that the council would have a highly flexible approach in determining whether it would like to initiate work on these on-ramps. The on-ramp recommendations are presented for you on the left-hand side of this table, and on the right-hand side are the guidelines that are related to each of those on-ramp recommendations. Just working through them from top to bottom, the on-ramp recommendations are as follows. The council could choose to adopt the protocol. The council would express support for and dedicate staff time to maintaining the LKTKS search engine. The council could again express its support for the council could initiate a process whereby tribes could engage directly with the council, that the council would express or continue to express its support for NIMS-led tribal consultations to occur early in the process, and express support for a non-quorum of council members or a small group of council members to participate when invited. A request for federal agencies with co-management partners to extend invitations to present presentations. The council could also expand designated Alaska Native tribal seats across its advisory bodies, solicit nominations for expanded local and traditional knowledge social science expertise on its scientific and statistical committee, support a workshop during the research priorities cycle to solicit broad input and ideas for research priorities from local and traditional knowledge holders and subsistence users, implement the analytical template, which is an appendix in the on-ramp document, consider modifying public comment procedures in the council's SOPs to allow for introductions to be provided without the timer starting until those introductions are complete. In April, the council requested 2 primary edits to the on-ramp recommendations. One is that the document would be more clear that the recommendation for NIMS to engage in tribal consultations and tribal engagement sessions earlier in the process is in line with prior council action, particularly that which was taken in February 2021 related to the final report and recommendations from the Community Engagement Committee. And second is that the analytical template would be modified to include some additional overarching questions to help analysts identify whether the action would have any potential impacts to subsistence resources or their use, and whether there's any known sources of local knowledge and traditional knowledge related to the action that the council is considering. The next section captures the task force's discussion at its June meeting in response to the council's request.
Dr. Hapla, I'm sorry to interrupt, but before we get too far, I think we have a question. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Hapala. And I'm trying to find the page, but I think one of the other suggestions for the analytical template was related to the SSC's request to ensure that the action or the issue being considered has a nexus to our federal management system. And I think the context around that was that we're not a research body, we're not exploring different options, but it has to have a direct connection to the management of the resources that we have authority over. And so was that included in the template questions as well, or is that something the council would need to address?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question through the chair. I do recall the SSC including that within their April minutes. I don't recall that comment being specific to the analytical template, but rather or a consideration that this work not just be seen, I think the language was in an aspirational light, but also that it be very clear that the actions or the consideration of this information only be included within the context that the council is managing or making management recommendations for federal fisheries. So I do not think that is included within the first 2 questions here on the analytical template. So if that is something the council would like to see, then it would need to address that.
Thank you.
Okay. The next section captures the task force's discussion at its June meeting in response to the council's request that the task force provide input on the capacity and the resources that would be required for implementation. And I would just note that the task force had some fairly substantial dialogue on this topic in June. We try to take 2 different approaches to addressing this. So one is to think holistically about the resources that might be required in order to holistically implement the protocol and the on-ramp recommendations. And the second approach is to evaluate each recommendation individually in terms of the level of resources required. So at the June meeting, the task force identified 3 primary needs for a holistic implementation of the protocol and the on-ramp recommendations. First would be personnel. So the task force has consistently agreed that more robust inclusion of local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information across the scientific reports that come to the council, as well as in analyses of impacts that come before the council and other types of reports and documents, would require having the additional capacity to work on these efforts or analytical sections. However, the task force is aware that the council is currently limited in its ability to hire additional staff and that the council may have or need to balance other priorities. So the task force also discussed a second potential resource that might be needed, which is time. Moving forward, it may be important to provide analytical staff sufficient time to incorporate local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information into their analyses. But of course, there's a trade-off with this, and the task force recognizes that because providing more time to analysts could slow down an action's overall timeline, and that's a real trade-off for members of the public who might be looking for the council to take expeditious action on items that are of concern for them. Finally, recognizing the first two, there was some discussion on partnerships and whether or not partnerships could be formed in formal agreements and data sharing agreements with entities. And those might be issue or action specific. We talked about whether or not those would be standing agreements that exist over time, or whether they would have a short lifespan and scope. And so these were the three sort of resources that we had identified in terms of holistic implementation of the protocol and the on-ramp recommendations.
Looks like we have a question for you, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hoppala. These conversations probably happened before we had the new NEPA information. Were there any discussions that might help with those new guidelines in mind as to how we might accomplish the time balance for making something happen quickly versus the time needed to incorporate? And I'm not as familiar with the kind of partnership MOU relationships that are noted here. And I see 2 to 3 months to get that started. And so I'm just looking for any insight you have there.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the question through the chair. So no, the task force didn't discuss the new statutory changes to the NEPA process and documents resulting from the Fiscal Responsibility Act. But I think the way this looks and the way that it takes form in the council's process is going to be emergent, and staff will have to be adaptive as we try to bring that work forward. I think the task force has not discussed the chum salmon bycatch action, but when I look to the future for the social impact assessment and what that looks like, I think getting that done will require some partnerships between myself and AFSC staff, as well as the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission being a cooperating agency on this, ADF&G being a cooperating agency, and so working with the Division of Subsistence. And so trying to figure out how we can have those relationships and to get to the information that will help the council in its decision-making. But it's difficult to provide more specifics because I think we are going to have to learn as we go. Okay, so the next couple of slides are going to address the level of resources that may be required for each on-ramp recommendation. And of course, determining the level of resources required is a subjective assessment, but the task force had tried to consider it in terms of analytical staff time to move forward with an on-ramp recommendation immediately, as well as whether or not it would require additional council agenda time, or if it would require additional investment from members of the public to further understand these process changes. So table 2 on page 13 of the on-ramps document identifies each on-ramp recommendation, the resources that would be required to immediately move them forward, and an assessment of whether that might be a low, medium, or high level of invested time from staff, the council, and the public. So this table for you just depicts the first 6 on-ramps in the document. So for example, if the council were to adopt the protocol, I think we would certainly expect there to be process changes resulting over time, but the immediate ask of staff would be to update the management policies webpage, and that would be a low level of resources required. If the council were to express support for the search engine and its maintenance over time, I think at this point it's envisioned that staff would periodically update the search engine for additional documents, and that could be a low or medium level of investment from staff because it's very difficult to predict what kinds of new sources of information may become available and how we would need to modify that tool so it maintains its utility over time. If the council were to initiate a process where tribes could engage directly with the council, The next step that was identified by the task force would be to ask staff to prepare a discussion paper that would outline different conceptual models of tribal engagement. And the task force also identified that the Community Engagement Committee might be an appropriate advisory body to review and provide some input on that paper and those ideas within it. That will be a high level of staff and council and public time in order to move that forward. If the council were to express its continued support for NIMS to lead tribal consultations and a small group of council members to participate in those consultations when invited, the level of invested resources is a little uncertain. We can't predict how many consultations the council might be invited to. And if invited, it's not clear, at least today, whether that would be in a listening only capacity or if there would be other work that's associated with that. So I would just note, for example, in recent engagement sessions or that staff have participated in, the staff have provided presentations that are either issue specific or related to the council's process. If the council were to request federal agencies with co-management partners to extend invitations to present to tribal partners, that would not require a substantial amount of effort to move forward in terms of staff time. Staff would be reminding agencies of the council's interest when structuring the B report agenda item in advance of the meetings, but it is not clear at this time how much additional investment that would require in terms of the council's agenda and what kinds of changes you can anticipate there. If the council were to choose to expand designated Alaska Native tribal seats to be held by tribal representatives across its advisory bodies, the level of resources that would be required to do that and move that forward really depends on the pathway the council would choose. The task force did not identify particular advisory bodies, but the council may wish to. And the council may choose to ask staff to prepare a discussion paper that would take a holistic look at the council's advisory bodies, their role in providing the council with particular scientific or policy advice, and move work forward that way.
Ms. Hopola, I think we have a question or two for you. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Hopola. I have two questions for you. One of them, I was unaware that the agency engaged in tribal consultation only after a preferred preliminary alternative was selected. Are they still doing that, or have they changed that policy now? Seems like there were an awful lot of consultations described in the B reports. I don't know if the new leadership in the agency has changed that. And if they have, is it necessary for us to encourage them to consult early in the process, or has that already been taken care of?
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the question through the chair. Well, I'd certainly invite Mr. Curlin to weigh in as well. But my understanding is that that has been a procedural change for the agency in the last couple of years. Speaking from my experience, at least on staff, there has been consultation and engagement prior to a preferred alternative being selected, but the task force began its work and the development of these recommendations.
And my second question for you is regarding expanding the designated Alaska Native tribal seats. Did this work group, did they review the language that we used for the original tribal seat, and was that acceptable language? Should the council consider to do that, or did they have some other ideas of how we would be describing that? What I'm getting at is, I believe the language we used when we developed that one was I hate to do this, but it's something like a member of a federally recognized tribe or tribal consortium. It left it open so that if someone had expertise that wasn't a member of a tribe but was representing a tribal consortium, they could be considered for that tribal seat, I believe, on the AP. And I don't know if they discussed the language, and we came up with that language in a vacuum from this kind of expertise that occurred on this group. And so I'm just wondering if that was acceptable or not. The
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the question through the chair. the task force did not pull up the SOP document, but it did consider the language that was used for the designated Alaska Native Tribal representative seat on the advisory panel. And I would note that was included within the rationales and support for this on-ramp recommendation. And there is some language that very closely mirrors what the council SOPs say in terms of how it was envisioned that expanded representation would look. So yes, considered. No, we didn't review the specific language.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hapola. I was just starting to think through the process in your response to Mr. Mesereau about the changes in the tribal consultation policy of the agency recently. And so that the action before the council is or the ask of the task force is to adopt the protocol in full, but the on-ramp document is support for us determining what on-ramps we see could go forward. So I guess I'm asking, there's no need, I guess, in my mind, and I'm looking for your confirmation to need to modify the on-ramp document in any way to reflect the new policy, because that's not the living document that we're adopting. But I just started to get concerned about that. So if you could clarify for me.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. Yes, that's correct. The on-ramps is not meant to be the living policy document, but rather 11 different considerations for the council in terms of how might you want to move forward with implementing the recommendation or implementing the protocol. Here's 11 different ways for you to consider work that would be directly related to those 8 guidelines in the main content.
And then thank you for that. Okay, I feel better about that. And now on the on-ramp recommendation about requesting federal agencies with co-management partners extend invitations to present to tribal partners. So that recommendation came from the task force, and that is relevant to our management reports under the B reports. So could you give me maybe some scenarios so we understand in practice what that might look like?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. The 2 examples that come to mind, but perhaps the council could hear additional ones in public testimony, would be during the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service B report. They could choose to invite the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission to come and give a presentation alongside them. They have a co-management relationship, as I understand it, on the Kuskokwim River. The council might also receive presentations from the agency, NOAA, and the Aleut community of St. Paul Island and that tribal government related to fur seals. But further than that, at this time, I don't know if I could provide you additional examples off the top of my head.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to follow up to that, then is that capability, I guess, is under status quo as well. And a management agency could, I think we have gotten actually a presentation from St. Paul when we were talking about fur seals or something. So I guess it's that opportunity exists under status quo. This is an ask for the council to really recognize and recommend that happen if all the co-management partners agree.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. Yes, that's how I understand it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, am I okay to move on? Okay. So this slide,
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I was looking at the presentation. Mr. Curlin, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to maybe elaborate a little bit to address questions that Mr. Mesereau and Ms. Kimball raised. The National Marine Fisheries Service has largely addressed the 2 points that were just brought up about more timely, earlier, more meaningful tribal consultations, with the caveat that we are still constrained by staff limitations, but we are certainly trying to shift the paradigm where we don't wait necessarily for tribes to come to us and ask for consultation, which has resulted in consultations happening late in the process, including after council final action, but trying to be more proactive, reaching out to tribes in cases where we think they may want to consult on an issue before it comes to the council. And then trying to integrate the results of that consultation into staff presentations to the council. So the council has that information at the time the council takes action. And likewise with the on-ramp recommendation dealing with co-management entities, we have for, I think, several years now, tried to encourage our co-management partner with the Aleut community of St. Paul to do exactly what Ms. Hoppala described and join us in presentations, whether it's at the ecosystem committee or to other council bodies. So maybe it's a matter of just sort of formalizing that the council is providing these on-ramps, but as a practical matter, the National Marine Fishery Service is already moving forward on both of those.
Thank you, Dr. Hoppala.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so this slide contains the table for the next or the final 5 on-ramp recommendations within the document. And again, is just walking through the resources that might be required. So if the council were to solicit nominations for expanded LK and TK social science expertise on its scientific and statistical committee or the SSC, staff would write a solicitation for nomination for new SSC membership, and that work in and of itself does not appear like it would require a high level of resources from staff. If the council were to move forward with a workshop to develop research priorities related to LK, TK, and subsistence that were put forward by knowledge holders, that would be a substantial amount of work or a high level of work from staff. Just trying to plan that workshop and make sure that it occurs in a way that would be effective and useful for developing those priorities and making sure that that happens in a timely way so it could be considered within the research priorities cycle. If the council were to modify public comment procedures to allow for introductions to be provided prior to the timer starting when members of the public are providing oral comments, that would not be a high level of resources or work required. It would just simply be modifying the council SOPs in order to reflect that change, and then administrative staff would be monitoring introductions in the timer during public comments during meetings. If the council were to consider developing a plan to increase non-economic social science capacity and LKTKS expertise more specifically, the level of resources here could really vary. So the task force has discussed whether the council could write a letter of support for additional non-economic social science expertise with agency partners such as the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, or directing the social sciences planning team to review and complete the data gaps analysis. And then we just wanted to talk a little bit more about these 2 on-ramp recommendations in particular, the workshop related to research priorities identification and modifications to the public comment procedures. So in June, so in April, members of the SSC research priorities subgroup provided feedback on when a workshop would need to occur during the research priorities cycle in 2024. And their feedback was that this would need to happen no later than January 2024 for the priorities to be included within this cycle. And at its June 2023 meeting, the task force discussed this input from the SSC and agreed that it would not be feasible for this kind of workshop to occur during the 2024 cycle. There just doesn't seem to be a sufficient amount of time to pull together this kind of workshop in a thoughtful and meaningful way. And that's really just due to the timing constraints. So the council's considering final action on this at this October meeting, and that would give us approximately 3 months to design and invite and host and have a vision for the outcomes of that workshop, knowing that it would need to occur in January. So the task force still had support for this recommendation coming forward, but that means that the council and the public could expect to see that be implemented and incorporated within its next research priority cycle, which would occur in 2027, because currently the council is considering research priorities on a triennial basis.
Yes, it looks like we have a question. Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hoppala. My question on this is are we just being presented with this as a conclusion that this is insufficient, or are you looking for would this need to be an motion of some kind that this go into the next cycle? Or is this just something that you're advising us that clearly that this schedule is insufficient? You don't have time. I think that's clear, and I appreciate you making that clarity. I'm just wondering if this is a council decision point that needs to be an emotion of some kind, or if this is just you're advising us that this is the way that things will go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Down, for the question. I think the latter. We just wanted to be clear for both the public and the council that if the council were to move this forward, the expectation could not be that this would occur for the 2024 cycle, but rather we'd be looking to the future to engage this kind of work.
Thank you.
In April, earlier this year, the council asked the task force to specifically discuss whether standardizing the public comment time limit across the SSC, the AP, and the council to 5 minutes would address the task force's recommendation for the timer on oral public comments to start after introductions were provided. And the task force, I guess the short answer on the slide is no. The task force supports the idea of standardizing the public comment time limit across the advisory bodies to make the public comment procedures more clear for members of the public, but that change would not get at the intent of the on-ramp recommendation, which is to start the timer after introductions are provided. And that's because this on-ramp recommendation really evolved out of a recognition that Alaska Native peoples have a unique way of introducing themselves and centering the person in relationship with their family and community. And so allowing these introductions to take place prior to the testimony timer starting would be in line with tribal cultural protocols. And task force members, however, have agreed that it would be equitable and appropriate for the opportunity of introductions to be extended to all members of the public who are providing comments to the council. So we just wanted to respond to the council's request and be clear about how we had considered it.
Thank you. It looks like we have a question for you, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure if this goes to Dr. Hoppel or to Mr. Witherall, but this is one of several recommendations coming from the task force that the council's begun to implement just on a probationary basis, just to, I think, get a sense of how workable it is. Were you planning on at some point in your presentation, or Mr. Witherall, were you planning on at some point in this presentation, before we sort of take final action on some of these, giving us a sense of what the results were of our sort of initial attempts to implement some of these?
Madam Chair and Mr. Twite, the staff did collect some data during the chum salmon bycatch item. We can report that back soon. I haven't had a chance to look at the data and analyze it at all, but we did take the opportunity to not start the timer until people were finished with their introductions during that agenda item, as you correctly stated. So we could tell you a little bit more about how much time it took, how much time it was saved, or how much longer time it took, probably during staff tasking. Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Hoppel.
Okay. In April, the council also asked the task force to consider and to have some discussion on how respect can be demonstrated if or when Western science and local and traditional knowledge disagree. And the task force had some discussion on this in June, but I think task force members had felt that guideline 8 in the protocol has some content that's related to this, and there was some uncertainty on how much more information could be provided at that time. But some of the points of emphasis were that this isn't necessarily a new issue in the sense that different disciplines or approaches, even among Western science, can yield different insights or observations. And so if this issue arose when staff were preparing an analytical document, staff would be preparing the document as they usually do and provide the council with the best available information. And there could be an assessment or a description of the factors that might lead to the different insights and observations contained within it. But that ultimately the council is often balancing a variety of information, reports, and other documents alongside public comment when it's making a management decision. So the task force, I think, struggled to find a way to convey how this would necessarily be an entirely new act for the council, given that the council is often and always considering different kinds of information. And the last point, and I think our June 2023 report has some further conversation and discussion on this, but is that members had felt as though it would be important for the council to potentially explain in its rationale, as it usually does, but if there's an opportunity to be more clear, to do so on the information that was considered when making its decision. And this slide provides for you just a reminder of the task force's recent recommendations. So prior to the April meeting, the task force convened in March, and we had a final sort of walkthrough of the vision of work and summary recommendations for the council to consider in addition to the documents. And that was because at that time, it was still uncertain whether or not the council would be taking final action in April, or if it would choose to move the materials forward for an extended public review period. So as the council considers final action at this meeting, it may also want to weigh in on these 3 points. The task force recommends that it disband after the council takes final action at this meeting. So that means the task force would not continue on as an advisory body for the council. And the task force has had conversations along the lines of feeling that it would be appropriate for council staff to complete the work related to the implementation period that could occur. And this was also the council's original intent with this body. Second is that if the council would like to consider whether to apply the protocol to other regions under its jurisdiction, the task force recommends the council would form an ad hoc advisory body or a review body of knowledge holders, tribal members, fishery stakeholders from that particular region to determine the extent to which it would be appropriate for certain elements of this protocol to transfer to that region. And finally, if the council adopts the protocol, the task force had recommended that the council would also initiate a 5-year periodic review period. And really, I think the intent of this recommendation is that the task force had recognized, should the council adopt the protocol and initiate any potential process changes resulting from the on-ramp recommendations, that would be a new policy direction for the council. And so it might be a benefit for the council, for staff, for the public to take a retroactive look at what has changed since final action at this time, and to get a sense of whether the protocol continues to be relevant, or if the council would wish to revisit that work as well in the future. So.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hapala. On the last recommendation about the 5-year review isn't that something we would also kind of do on a regular basis through our programmatic, which I know is being revisited, where we look at all of our management policies and objectives, and then on a more consistent basis than 5 years, say, you know, what actions have we been taking in order to try to meet those objectives? I'm just starting to consider whether a separate effort is necessary, or if it could be incorporated in that review, which we do, I think, annually or every other year.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the question through the chair. The task force didn't discuss that opportunity, but yes, as I understand it, and the question in the programmatic look, that certainly could happen on an annual basis as well.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Hopla, it seems like with something new like this that sort of dramatically changes how we're taking information in that 5 years is a long time, but then I thought nothing would preclude the council if we set something up like this and some part of it didn't live up to the expectations of the knowledge holders or the council or anyone, we could go back and revisit it any time. It's not a regulatory change, right? It's just a change to the standard operating policies and procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Mesro, for the question. Yes, that is correct. When 5 years can seem like a long time, and it might be, but we were trying to strike a balance between where LKTKS information might be included within the council's decision-making process. And one of those places that we considered were analytical documents. And so trying to strike a balance between final action and then looking forward to the future and what is the scope and the pace of work that the council is considering. But certainly, as you're suggesting, yes, issues or concerns or ideas for additional policy and process changes can come forward to the council at any time. This isn't a regulatory change or an FMP amendment. Okay, so this slide brings us to the end of the presentation, and it's just a summary again of the potential actions the council can take at this meeting. So of course, the council could choose to take no action. It could also choose to adopt the protocol. The council could choose to initiate work on any one or multiple on-ramp recommendations, and the council may choose to provide input on related future work discussed in the prior slide. And with that, that concludes the staff presentation, but myself and Dr. Wise, who hasn't had a great opportunity to chime in today, is still available online.
Thank you. Dr. Weiss, I'd like to provide you an opportunity to share any statements if you'd like, or we can just field questions at this time.
Thank you for that opportunity, but no, I think we can go right to questions.
Okay, thank you. See if there are any final questions on the presentation. Yeah, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Heppel. I wondered if you could characterize either again or more, I might have missed it in the presentation, the staff's approach should the council move forward with implementing the LKTKS template for their work. I do see that as an added task for staff that are already have a lot on their plate. And I think at the last meeting, we asked if staff could analytical staff could review that template, because you'd said that hadn't been done before, and give us some sense of their ability to work with it or any specific changes they would request. I just need a little bit more about I think that's a good thing to endeavor to move forward. Really, what level of additional analytical burden that puts on staff, or is it really those issues that are kind of rising to the top that would definitely have a connection to and a need for LKTKS? So it just provides like a great structure for staff to move forward. I needed a little bit more, and in absence of bringing up every analytical staff member and getting their opinion, I was hoping you could summarize for us a bit.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. And I do apologize. I missed that on-ramp recommendation in my tables. So I do need to characterize it further for you. So I think the way the task force has envisioned this, and for members of the public or other council members, the analytical template is in Appendix A, starting on page 15 of the on-ramps document. And that template is envisioned to be one that goes within the suite of documents that analytical staff consider when they're preparing documents. It's not intended to prescribe a narrow approach for staff to use, or that they must respond to every individual question within a document, but rather that this could be used as a starting point for consideration on whether or not there are any known impacts to subsistence resources and their uses resulting from the action, to get a sense and engage in conversations with the agency on whether consultations have occurred, or if there are ongoing engagement sessions and work, and then just have staff consider the protocol. And I think the task force, there are certain actions that the council might consider that this would be very applicable for. There are other actions that the council considers that might not yield a lot of LKTK social science information related to it. And that could provide an opportunity for analytical staff to shortly in a paragraph describe the approach that they took or the considerations they had, and whether the template was used. But we're not trying to direct analysts who have good discretion on making sure they provide and prepare the most useful and relevant information with this. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, and maybe we'll get some testimony that would help as well. But I think one of the things that you said was important for me to hear, at least, that it's not anticipated that staff will then respond to all these questions, or we'd see that kind of a section in each document where they've responded to each question, but it really is truly a template to garner the thinking around these questions to ensure that they're getting information from these kinds of sources that would be helpful in rounding out the analysis and responsible in rounding out the analysis. So I just want to be clear that it's not intended that staff must answer all of these questions in a section, but it is to get them thinking about what might be more relevant that they wouldn't think of otherwise. So if that's a correct assertion, I think it's important. And if it's not, I really do want to hear if there's a different thinking behind this.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. I think you have it exactly right. And I'm not going to try to add on to that.
Thank you. I am not seeing any other questions at this point. Appreciate your presentation. And thank you, Dr. Weiss. So I think we will be taking our AP report from Ms. Howard remotely. I'll just give the public a reminder to please sign up for public testimony if you're wishing to testify on D1 prior to the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the council. Do you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Wonderful. I'll give a moment to let them get the screen up. All right, the advisory panel report is as follows. The advisory panel recommends that the council adopt the LKTKS protocol and on-ramp recommendations as presented by the task force at the October 2023 meeting. The AP also recommends that the council initiate a plan with a timeline to implement all the on-ramp recommendations as presented by the task force and begin work now on implementing as many of the on-ramp recommendations as possible. The council should also consider scheduling a review in 5 years to evaluate its implementation of the protocol and on-ramps. And this motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for Ms. Howard. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. On the last sentence of the AP motion, I don't know if you were able to hear some discussion by a couple council members about opportunities for review either sooner or through another vehicle. And I'm wondering if the AP had discussion of alternatives to reviewing kind of the success or the use of this protocol and on-ramps other than a stringent 5-year review.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. You know, we did not have extensive conversation on this subject. We just did agree with the recommendation of staff that this being a new protocol that's going to have a widespread implementation across all processes, that it would be important. So there was just an acceptance and understanding that it was important to schedule a review, and the AP took the recommendation of the staff.
Thank you. And a second question on the recommendation about initiating a plan with a timeline to implement all the on-ramp recommendations. Did the AP have a discussion about kind of the length of that timeline? I think one approach to looking at the on-ramps is what could the council, in setting expectations, really commit to and follow through on in the near term versus a vision for a long timeline to implement everything, which I think is what most people would have in mind. So did the AP talk about that, whether they're talking about a short-term timeline or just into the future in 20 years?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball, again for the question. And I apologize, this might not be as helpful as hoped. We did not get into very much detail on the subject. There was just widespread support for the protocol to be implemented in as timely a manner as possible. We did recognize the difficulty of this in terms of the breadth of which it's going to encompass all of the actions that we'll see moving forward, but we did not discuss specific expectations of that timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you for the report, Ms. Howard.
Thank you.
Mr. Witherell.
Madam Chair, we had a question earlier about testimony time, and I thought I'd just provide some initial review. I haven't done the full median mode stats on all these times that people took to testify, but I can provide some general observations at this time if that's your will. We had 50 people testify. The introductions took between 5 seconds and 1 minute for each person. The total testimony time ranged from 1 to 9 minutes, not including questions, with an average time of 4.5 minutes per testifier. If that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Witherell. I want to commend staff for sort of seeing the opportunity to give that a bit of a trial run and give us some feedback. So in my mind, there's sort of two elements to it. One is how much additional time does it add? And you've answered that really well. And the other is just how about the difficulty of implementing? At least from my perspective, it puts an additional task for staff to handle of sort of determining when we've transitioned from introduction to testimony and sort of starting the clock. I'll note that from my perspective, particularly for a trial run, staff did an excellent job, I thought, of sort of determining that, but that was, maybe they were making it look a lot easier than it was. So I'd be interested in staff's thoughts about how easy was that to implement? Did that create a lot of additional work or stress?
Thank you for the question and concern, Mr. Twite. I have indications from our admin staff that it wasn't a problem at all.
Thank you, and kudos to them for doing that.
Yes, thank you, Ms. LaBelle. So I think we are ready to move on to public testimony. We have 8 members of the public signed up to testify this morning, starting with Brendan Raymond Jacobian.
Hello. My name is Brendan Raymond Jacobian, testifying on behalf of COERC, the Alaska Native Nonprofit Tribal Consortium for the 20 federally recognized tribes of the Bering Strait region. It's fitting that we are discussing this topic today, Indigenous Peoples Day. One obvious reason is the importance of this topic to the consideration and inclusion of tribal knowledge, voices, and practices in federal fishery management. Today's discussion is also set in the context of the tragedy that was the council's action on chum bycatch yesterday, which entailed, among many failures, ignoring the National Standard 2 mandate to account for traditional knowledge, except when it could be pseudo-incorporated in a way that would make the Pollock fleet look good, volunteering tribes to provide TK in some methodologically dubious fashion to the very same fleet which wastes our food, and which somehow impressed you with the achievements in their IPAs, but apparently not enough to look at the lower range of bycatch numbers they achieved in those IPAs, including this very year. The Colonial Project certainly seems to be alive and well in Alaska fishery management. And so here we are today with more proof that the council desperately needs to fully adopt and implement the LKTKS Task Force's protocol and on-ramp recommendations as presented by the task force as is, without modification and without delay. The council needs to take action on full adoption and implementation, not only for the benefit of tribal entities and for marine science, fisheries management, and the sustainability of the marine ecosystem, but for this body itself. If the council will let it, the task force's products will assist the council in rising to various challenges, guidance, and mandates, including meeting National Standard 2, addressing the challenge climate change poses to fisheries management, meeting the council's goals with regard to EBFM, as well as various fisheries plans, and addressing considerations of equity, tribal sovereignty, and well-being. Today provides an opportunity to rise to a challenge this body has failed to rise to for far too long. It provides a chance to create a structure which can potentially address fishery management failures, and for the council to align itself with the task force's achievement in producing work of national significance in a transparent and inclusive fashion that has been met with essentially unanimous praise and support. Today, there is an opportunity to see whether entities which claim they recognize tribes, their sovereignty, and the value of their knowledge actually do so in practice. It hints at the possibility that this council might be capable of treating traditional knowledge with the parity and respect it should be afforded in comparison to other knowledge sources. It provides an opportunity to see whether this work of great magnitude will be allowed to live at least a single day in the life of Alaska Federal Fishery Management System, and an opportunity for challenges to arise and be worked through as this new process is normalized, rather than second guessed and picked at before it even gets out of the gate. Every single one of the guidelines and on-ramp recommendations are necessary, reasonable, and achievable as they are written. As such, we support the AP motion, and we call for the council to provide the action which meets the AP's recommendation. It is our view that the council should fully adopt the LKTKS protocol and initiate a plan with timelines to fully implement all of its on-ramp recommendations, starting with as many as possible right now. The council should also plan to review in 5 years' time its implementation of the protocol and on-ramp recommendations. I'll conclude our testimony there and am willing to answer any questions council members might have, in particular those which may pertain to any reluctance to adopt the protocol and on-ramps as they are.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Raymond Jacobian. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jacobian, Raymond Jacobian. I just would like you to elaborate a little bit more about the necessity to incorporate the recommendation that has already been incorporated by the National Marine Fisheries Service regarding early tribal consultations. If they're already doing that, then why do we need to ask them to do what they're already doing?
I think we would strongly dispute that there have been marked improvements in tribal consultation.
Okay, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. COERC was part of the, or COERC staff were part of the task force. And so I guess I was thinking by implication, they were supportive of this, the analytical template, but I wanted to ask specifically about, you heard our discussion about its use, whether you kind of agree with that characterization and have, reviewed the template for completeness.
Yeah, we think that, oh, sorry, through the chair. We think that the template was well thought out, and it did happen towards the end of the task force's work, but that I think Dr. Hoppola explained well the utility of it and the way that it would be potentially useful for staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Just one question, and I take from your statements that you agree that the 5-year review is appropriate. Any more thoughts along those lines?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's appropriate. It's definitely a question of too soon, and there's potentially not enough time to allow the process to normalize and work through challenges that might arise. Too long, and it's sort of not giving the signal of sort of an open-ended, not looking at it necessarily being committed to implementation. So maybe there's a more perfect number, but 5 years seems reasonable.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next up is Lauren Devine.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Devine, and I represent the tribal government of St. Paul Island. First, I'd like to thank the council staff, members of the LKTKS task force, and all of those that contributed to the development, vetting, integrity, and completion of the LKTKS protocol and on-ramps. I want to acknowledge there have been incredibly hardworking, intelligent, cautious, knowledgeable individuals that have composed every piece of this protocol and on-ramps. And that's been done very carefully. As such, we support the local knowledge, traditional knowledge and subsistence protocol and on-ramps in their entirety. What you have in front of you today is an opportunity to initiate a process for implementation that will incorporate LKTKS information into the council's decision-making process, a critical step forward in improving management of fisheries in the Bering Sea, which is in alignment with multiple goals, mandates, guidance related to traditional knowledge, diversity, equity, inclusivity, environmental justice, tribal consultation, and ecosystem-based fishery management. I understand that the protocol and on-ramps may cause some pause in adopting in its entirety. I think that council staff have done a great job in laying out how everything can be achieved, where the council could start to dig in on near-term and low capacity items. And we have heard earlier in the council meeting about funding, additional funding streams that could greatly bolster this in the short term and set standards for the future of fishery management process. But I want to speak specifically to some of the areas that we feel most strongly about regarding the on-ramps. First, I already flagged tribal consultation and B reports as an area we feel desperately needs resources to improve its inclusion in a meaningful way into the council process. So suffice it to say that we still wholeheartedly support actions supporting on-ramps there. The tribal government of St. Paul actually requested consultation on this very issue ahead of the October meeting. We did not receive acknowledgement or a response on our request until Monday, October 2nd. This is obviously not timely and left us without a meaningful way to dialogue with the National Marine Fisheries Service through Big C consultation in a way that we felt would be meaningful. Second, I think that the SSC and all council bodies would greatly benefit from additional expertise in non-economic social science. I advocate for this expertise to come in whatever form is appropriate, which may or may not be from an individual, from an agency or academia. But I also want to encourage the council to consider other ways that might be possible to increase non-economic social science expertise, such as a seat or a role within the plan teams or some of our other bodies. Finally, I understand the hesitation to commit the council to future actions we aren't sure can be realized. But the adoption of the protocol and on-ramps clearly communicates to the public that the council is committed to improving the incorporation of LKTKS information into the fishery management process. And I want to encourage the council to adopt the protocol and as much as possible in the on-ramps that I've discussed through providing dedicated resources, guidance, and support of council staff through the process. But again, I want to express our gratitude to the task force members and council staff for their work over the last 4 years to develop this protocol and on-ramps. And I thank you for the time and consideration that I know several of you have already put into this issue and on your thoughtful discussion of final action here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Devine. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Devine. I hesitate to ask because I think the council's been, and I think the documents very clearly understands that the council is not a government, so doesn't have a role in tribal consultation. And I'm not trying to insert the council in that process, but I do think because we received your testimony and some others previously last April about this, what further should the council be doing? I guess to ensure that the information from tribal consultation process comes into our process in a timely way. You talked about it really generally, and I'm just looking for what you think the council's responsibility is in that vein.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I know it can open up a long conversation. So I will try to be brief in my response, but I'm happy to talk after or at any time with anyone about this because it is a very long conversation. And it's a dance that I don't think we've quite figured out everyone's steps in, and recognizing that National Marine Fisheries Service is mandated to consult with tribes, and yet the final actions take place here with this voting body with no mandate or authority or role, obligation to consult with tribes. And so how does the handoff from what we provide to National Marine Fisheries Service come to the council? I think is an area that could be very public, transparent, and have a clear process for that I don't understand. Personally, I'll just speak for myself in my role within the tribal government for the past 11 years. And so that process, if the council could see their role and obligation in helping to clarify how the handoff comes from, how would the council like to have the handoff come? What would be most useful? What documents should we be trying to co-develop together and provide to the council that would be helpful to look at or to hear or to have for consideration before we're at final action would be, I think, useful. And it is an ongoing process to improve consultation in general with National Marine Fisheries Service. So I do not want to discount the work that we've been doing that I spoke to earlier, or I guess last week about that. But if council staff could think of what communication they can and should have with National Marine Fisheries Service staff that are the ones that are getting contacted about consultation. For instance, if it's going to be, I'm just making an example. If Kate Hapla is going to be charged by the council to, prior to a council meeting on X number of days before the council meeting, ask and receive information on the number of consultations that have been requested, initiated, outcomes, documents. I don't know if that kind of quantitative information is holistic, but it's a start. Then the council knows that that is occurring, when it's occurred or is occurring, is planned. Like it's just a communication thing, and knowing what's out there that's happening in process, completed, that could be helpful, but that is just scratching the surface. So I don't want to eat up all of our time before lunch.
Thank you for those thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Devine. I wonder, were you able to review NMS's report to the council? We're seeing more and more expanded, I think, information back to us about the consultations that have occurred and a bit of a summary. Are you thinking that that may be an appropriate place to further build on what you're speaking of, or are you thinking that there needs to be another step here? Thanks. Through the chair. Thanks for the question. No, I think that the work that is going into that process is, as long as the council feels that it's appropriate and that's where you want to get your information from, as long as that's clear and the process is defined and everybody's on the same page about what is happening and why and how we do things, so that we can all work together towards that. I think that that can be the appropriate place for it. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Melissa Johnson.
Ginaritka dinane esliner mute atauchimi vikshakakting martirut. I thank the people of Dinane Eslina for allowing us to have a meeting space. Inipaksinira maktoyak. Nom Eskimo community tribal member me, sitnasong me, aningaranga, pangmapakisakving me inyurunga, Johnson koyakarunga, Anga Yukaka, Alan Johnson Jr. Liu, Sarah Jack Liu, Asi Atataka, Alan Johnson Sr. Liu, Teresa Norbert Liu, Suli, Raymond Sidamona Liu, Edna Sinangotak Liu, Suli, Louis Jack Liu, Daisy Noyakak Liu, Uiruraga, Irving Carlisle, Kitungatka, Pelaragalu, Mukuluralu, Azukluralu, Zavaktunga, Artigukan Kuskakwim, me, Government Affairs Policy Director me. I am before you today a testament to decades of our tribal and indigenous knowledge being overlooked and dismissed due to the absence of Western scientific data. Our ancestral wisdom has been passed down through the ages, nurtured within the embrace of our songs, dances, cultural events, and language. This heritage steeped in the stewardship of our lands and seas has sustained us for millennia until the intrusion of industrial fishing practices. In times long past, we never found the need to convene tribal discussions among local or regional native tribes regarding overfishing. We never had to lean on governmental bodies to regulate when and how much we should catch fish. However, the intrusion of industrial fishing has disrupted the natural order of our lives to such an extent that we now rely on state and federal governmental regulations to continue to dictate how we feed ourselves and our families. This indeed is an emotional issue because your practices have shattered the harmonious coexistence we have shared for generations. Addressing our concerns to continue to ask for inclusion of our knowledge about the ecosystem and all bycatch, but not limited to any species, and its detrimental impacts on Alaska is an urgent matter that has been long overdue for our sovereign tribes. The values, traditions, and holistic indigenous way of life were lovingly instilled in me by my grandparents who hailed from Koert and Kikiktak. They raised our family on the intricate knowledge of the various species that make up our ecosystem, including the diverse salmon varieties. From the congressional record from the Senate dated January 27th, 1966, my grandparents shared this. Daisy Jack of Sandspit is caught between the old ways and the new. Sandspit, just outside Nome, is a far cry from the military fort that once stood on the site. 8 people lived in a single room of the Jack's home. There is no electricity in Sandspit, no sewer, no water. During the summer months, her husband, Louis, and their sons were able to find work in Nome. Not much work in the winter, she says. While her husband works in Nome, Daisy Jack spends the summer attempting to feed her family in the old way. Salmon Lake lies about 38 miles from Nome. She goes there in summertime with members of the family to camp, catch fish, and pick berries. Last summer, she says she was unable to catch enough fish to carry her family through the winter. Daisy and Louis Jack evidently have accepted the changing conditions that are driving Eskimos into town and away from their old hunting economy. In early days, we could trade what we catch for what we need. Now, not so easy to do, Louis Jack claims. Better to come in town, no longer can live in country, his wife chimed in. In town, the children can go to school. Daisy believes that more education and more jobs are her people's major needs. Their Eskimo name is Azukluk. They do not use it, but they do not want to forget it either, so they mention it to the visitor. In closing, as a mother of 3 who is continuously sharing as my ancestors have done for our people, I demand that this imposed management body fully adopt with no changes the LKTKS protocol and fully implement the on-ramp document. Despite the training that has been provided to this body from First Alaskans Institute, it is apparent that there is still no real understanding of traditional knowledge. The varying testimony at the different areas within the council is very confusing and inconsistent, and it should be changed to either 5 or 6 minutes
after introductions of whatever respective representation, especially coming from the different Alaska Native language introductions. And I wanted to share that I did attach the excerpt. Well, first, it's the image of my grandfather, Louis Azukluk Jack, who he was, I'm not going to read his obituary, but he was born on October 15th, 1899. And the picture of whom I'm named after, Daisy Maktoyak Noyakuk, is her maiden name. She was born on March 13, 1921. The date of the documentation into the congressional record in 1965, she was the exact same age that I am today. She was 44 years old, putting in documentation the importance of our Indigenous way of life, what it means, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your testimony. Similar question to another testifier is the template in the document, I think, is a key piece of this work from the task force. It's, how to do better at getting local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information into our analyses and into our process in general. So I wanted to ask whether, you saw that this also, I don't think, is meant to be static. It's meant to evolve. But is this a sufficient starting point for our staff to use, or did you have any other additions? Maybe I should assume, you being on the advisory panel, you could have added that there, but I'd really like to hear whether you think this is a good starting point.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for your question. Anywhere in this imposed management body, when it includes our local knowledge, traditional knowledge, subsistence information, is a good starting point. And yes, to me, it is a work in progress document. We all know that the climate is changing, not climate changes here. The climate is continuing to change. So the work that the task force has been able to do the last couple of years, especially during a worldwide pandemic. I appreciate all of the task force members for putting all that work in, and also for staff, trying to navigate all of the different priorities. And yes, as an AP member, I could have suggested any changes. I didn't feel like there should have been too many significant changes. And yeah, it's a work in progress document.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. For a second question, there's a lot in the protocol about being cautious in using, in even trying to get or soliciting and then using traditional knowledge in particular. So I wondered if there's any further advice for the council in use of traditional knowledge in this process. I felt like there was a lot of support for that through the protocol, but also a lot of caution and caveats on how it should be used. And if you don't have an answer to that, that's fine, but you're I think the right person to ask.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for your second question. My response may partially answer what you have asked. On any of the agenda items that are presented to the council, the advisory panel, and the social or the Science and Statistical Committee, after having a snack, meal, or hallway conversation, does not constitute nor should be considered tribal consultation or exact knowledge inclusion. And so incorporating traditional knowledge, number one, it could be very hard for the traditional knowledge holder, especially if English is not their first language. And even if English is not their first or is their first language, it could still be a very confusing conversation to have depending on who they were raised by, as far as understanding the context of the conversation. That was very apparent in the discussion at the advisory panel, where a question was posed to a member of the public during their testimony. And though they were like, I am speaking to my best ability, English as best I could, the member of the public did not truly understand the question in regards to what traditional knowledge meant to them and how can they share it with others. So I hope that, that answers your question. As I mentioned in the dates of, when my grandparents were born, I had literally second generation age grandparents where maybe folks around this body, your grandparents may have been born in the 1940s, and mine were 2 generations later. And so the transmission of knowledge, one is significantly different, and 2, my grandparents were not of the boarding school era, so they spoke fluently in the home, the Inupiaq language of which I am part of, and my grandmother mostly, she did her very best with her 6th grade education to understand Western concepts and try to make sense out of everything. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I really appreciate your testimony here. I appreciate the pictures that you brought of your grandparents. I remember a former meeting when you brought a picture of Miss Daisy to the council, and I'd asked you a question about that. And I recall your reply was quite touching at the time. And I've said before that one of my favorite parts of being a council member in recent history has been this kind of testimony where somebody will bring up their grandparents to, for instance, here, I think by showing the pictures of your grandparents and the story and the congressional record that you provided for us that told a little more of their story, it brings us all closer together. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to let you know that I think that your grandparents would be very incredibly proud of you, and they'd be proud of your principled, your principled stance, your unshakable attitude towards the topics that we have. And I need to put this in the form of a question. So I would ask you if you agree with that, and if you have a sense that your grandparents are very proud of the work that you're doing.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for your question. I undoubtedly have no hesitation in saying that my grandparents, as well as the other elders that have made me the person that I am today. That, yes, they are indeed very proud, especially that I'm able as one family member to continue to carry on the Inupiaq name Maktoyak. And I'm happy to work with anyone in this body outside of this meeting on how to pronounce it, because it is listed here on, you know, my testimony sign up. And I could only hope, you know, as I mentioned, when my grandmother, and I just found this out this morning and I had to call my partner and cry. I did not know she was the same age as I am. Providing documentation in an imposed system in hoping that it will make a difference for future generations. I could only hope and pray as a 44-year-old mother of 3 children that I continue to carry on my face, on my hands, in my heart, that my descendants will continue to have the different food sources on their palate. I know my grandparents are very proud. I just hope that even a couple of or a few decades from now that I you know, or even 100, 200 years, I just really hope for all of us that everyone knows what a goldfish bowl is, right? We know what the little goldfish are. They kind of look like rockfish. I just hope that we as a people in a whole, that our different species like Chinook, like chum, like coho, like halibut, that we don't cause such severe devastation to our culture, our way of life, our language, to where our descendants carry around a fishbowl of little 1-inch Chinook, coho, chum, halibut, whatever other species, and that we continue to work together for our future, not just in this body, but in other areas too. You know, as I read, and you guys are more, I'm more than happy to email the link to the congressional record, but in 1965, my grandmother clearly stated there was not enough food for them to harvest. Here we are in 2023. We've heard from numerous testifiers. It's been 4 or more years since they've been able to provide these food sources. So I hope I answered your question. Yes, my grandparents, I wish that they were still here and that you would have been able to meet them, especially hear my grandfather's stories of the transition of Nome. A lot of us know where Nome is, maybe been there, but to hear his, being born in 1899 and see all of the transitions until he passed away of Nome. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Steve Marks.
Morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Steve Marks, speaking today on behalf of the Pew Charitable Trusts. I'd like to thank the previous testifiers before I start my comments for their moving testimony. We'd like to express appreciation to the council staff, and members of the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence task force who have worked over the last 4 years to develop this protocol, the corresponding on-ramps, and the LKTK search engine. Through a global pandemic and with the council dealing with a number of unexpected and critical fishery management issues, the task force continued to meet, put in the work, and develop the groundbreaking products before you today. As a member of the public, this has been a positive experience. I think back years ago to when the council took action to initiate development of the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan. I was fortunate to have had the opportunity to participate in most all of the plan team's meetings throughout that process, and was really impressed with the work that went into developing the plan that was ultimately adopted, and which of course included an explicit set of goals and objectives, the first time a fishery ecosystem plan did that. And those goals and objectives included improving the incorporation of local knowledge and traditional knowledge into fisheries management. This action module and its products are directly responsive to that stated objective of the FEP, and the task force should be commended for the groundbreaking nature of its work products. I believe it's also important to note that the protocol helps to advance goals and objectives found in the council's groundfish work plan, which were developed through the 2004 programmatic, and also puts action behind the words that we've heard from the council and its advisory bodies over the years about doing a better job relative to incorporating TK and subsistence concerns into management. As we've heard in public testimony and in council and on the council and advisory bodies previously, this protocol also helps the council to better meet National Standard 2 and advances elements of recent federal guidance on Indigenous knowledge, equity, inclusion, environmental justice, and tribal consultation. So today, we express our support for the council taking final action to adopt the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence protocol in its entirety and as currently constituted. And we urge the council to think about developing a plan, to initiate development of a plan to implement the associated on-ramps as soon as possible. As you've heard in the staff presentation, there are varying levels of work and time associated with each of the on-ramps. And a plan would help to prioritize which of those on-ramps to start work on now, and which might need additional resources and time to fully implement. I also want to express support for the task force recommendations around thinking about how these protocols could be applied outside of the Bering Sea region, as well as the task force recommendation and the advisory panel motion to think about putting time in the future workload planning to look back at how this protocol has been implemented, how the on-ramps have been, how the council has taken action on the on-ramps, to what extent that's been effective, and think about needed, necessary changes or improvements to the protocol. Those have all been explained, and I want to express support for the council thinking about how to take time to do that in the future at the appropriate time. I think those are most of my comments. Thank you again for your time today and your commitment to this work.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for Mr. Marks. Seeing none. Thanks again. Jim Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Dr. Jim Simon. I'm a independent consultant with Tanana Chiefs Conference, the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, and the Otna Intertribal Resource Commission, which includes its two ANCSA corporations. I'm also affiliated faculty with the University of Alaska Fairbanks Tribal Governance Program. And I have a lot that I'd like to share with you, but that's not going to be possible in 3 minutes. So I encourage each of you to ask me robust questions. I'm fully supportive of this, of your immediate action to adopt the LKTKS on-ramp with possibly one addition. I think you need to put Indigenous knowledge front and center in this guidance document. Nothing else needs to change in it, but just in the past 6 months since this has been before you, the public industry has already co-opted that term, of traditional knowledge. So I think it needs to be very clear and consistent with President Biden's, directives to develop guidance on Indigenous knowledge. Having worked in the subsistence realm for, 30 some years, this is a very common practice, customary and traditional. I've seen members of the public pound their fists about their Viking customary and traditional use rights, et cetera. So I think just making that simple change of adding Indigenous knowledge is really important. I'm really pleased that let me back up. I began working in facilitating government-to-government consultation between Department of Defense agencies and federally recognized tribes more than 24 years ago, following President Clinton's directives in tribal government consultation in 1992. I know mail delivery to Alaska is really slow, so I'm glad the dog teams have finally arrived and delivered that memo to NIMS as well as Fish and Wildlife Service. And it's a long process to really get that up and running. And so I just applaud you, the agencies of really taking this seriously now and developing it. And this protocol is really going to be helpful in that. And I think there is, it takes time, government to government consultation is a necessary step in being able to incorporate Indigenous knowledge into federal decision making, because not everyone holds the same knowledge system. It's just like you bring your specialists in different realms and disciplines, and it's the same within tribal communities. And that's where government to government consultation is the first step, because they know best who the particular topic that you may be interested in to direct you to. As a young man, I spent much time in the Bering Strait region and saw this in action, where the family that I stayed with, who was sort of like an adopted father figure to me, he would not go out far offshore unless his father was with him, because he could read the currents and the waves and the clouds to understand what was actually happening with the currents and the dynamics and how that affected resource availability. So there's a lot of great information out of there. 20, 30 years ago, TEK was looked at as a condiment, right? These are parallel knowledge systems that are built on interpersonal relationships. And I think that's really important, and why I think this on-ramp is really an appropriate first step to really build those relationships. Thank you, and sorry for exceeding my time.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. See if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have a question on your very first point, because I had the exact same question. Why did the task force put forth the traditional knowledge as the term as opposed to Indigenous knowledge? And I wondered if you read their description. I think they spent a lot of time in their meetings on making that distinction. And what I read is that the distinctions between TK and Indigenous knowledge, and definitely local knowledge, are different in the methodology and who holds that knowledge. And I think they were very specific when they made that decision. So I had the same question. I wonder if you were able to read that section and see if you still agreed that the broader term of Indigenous knowledge is more appropriate.
I have not been able to review all your documents. This is my first face-to-face meeting. I think I've participated virtually 3 times prior, so I'm still trying to learn your language. And I work with migratory bird co-management, fisheries management, wildlife issues too. So I'm having my own capacity issues, but I can tell you that this has been an evolving discussion since I was a young, PhD graduate from UAF, that the terminology is becoming more relevant and meaningful. I'm not suggesting replacing traditional knowledge with indigenous knowledge. I'm saying adding indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, local knowledge. And I often find user knowledge to be very appropriate when you actually look at the types of information, and it takes skill to be able to distinguish. And if one needs to pigeonhole them into these separate categories, it takes a lot of thought into how to classify them. But as I have worked in migratory bird co-management, for example, for many years, you know, it sometimes it's user knowledge, sometimes it's local knowledge, sometimes it's intergenerational traditional knowledge, and which is oftentimes indigenous knowledge.
Thank you for that response.
Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Simon. I want to ask you a question about tribal consultation, because the more I think about it, and the more I reviewed the references in the B reports from tribal consultation and look at it in the context of this action, it seems like there's two parts to a tribal consultation, right? There's the part where it's this government to government consultation and tribal members will have a discussion about an issue. And some of that information in that discussion is privileged information they do not want this council to have. Some of it is not. And how do we know we're getting information that the tribes want us to get in the way they want us to get it, as opposed to the way that it's conveyed in the B reports? Is there a checks and balances to make sure that we're getting the product from these consultations to this council that were intended for us to get from the tribal government? Or do we just rely on the agency to translate those consultations into what they think we should understand?
Thank you, through the chair. That's an excellent question. And I wish I had a simple Simon answer for you. But the key is tribal government consultation is communication with a sovereign government. And so ultimately the authority of what information gets shared with your staff is their determination to make. And this is also why relationship building is so important, because in the early days of government to government consultation, it was basically an opportunity for tribes to complain, and that box was checked, and then everything proceeded as normal, with or without any meaningful action or consideration of the information that shares. Since originally established in 92, I believe, I remember it's Executive Order 13075, but I don't remember what year it was. You know, there's been more an increasing meaningfulness of it. And that's where the interrelationship and the dialogue. So having one consultation makes it challenging sometimes to be sure that they were prepared to bring their knowledge holders to that consultation, because it may not just be a council member, you know, a member of the sovereign government. It could be an elder or a cultural knowledge bearer. And then a lot of time, these things need to be thought about, you know, and then the answers will come later. So that's why early and meaningful upfront in the development of alternatives and stuff is so important, versus this sort of older school model of, you know, well, this is what's happening. Do you like it or not? And, you know, it makes me think we would maybe not be in the situation that we were in if it was just 30 years prior that these consultations began, because even prior to the Congress passing the Magnuson-Stevens Act, as far as I know, the first tribal citizen who testified about climate change to Congress in the Bering Sea and Chukchi Sea was in 1975 by a tribal citizen from Point Hope, who was talking about the changes in the Polinas and the changes to the ocean ice, sea ice conditions, and had just as indigenous knowledge holders on the Yukon River 20, 30 years ago started talking about the morphological changes in fish size and morphology, had agencies are typically 10 to 20 years behind Indigenous knowledge. I have found in my career with working with Indigenous knowledge holders for the Department of Fish and Game, where I was the AYK regional supervisor for 14 years. And about a year of that time, I was also served as the statewide acting division director. And then also with the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim Sustainable Salmon Initiative that had equally back in 2002 gotten started on this issue of how do we incorporate Indigenous knowledge and strive for co-management. And it's an ongoing process. It might be our children who really start to feel success and really the benefits. But if we don't start now building these relationships, we're going to continue to be behind the 8 ball. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baker.
Madam Chair, thank you. My question was answered in your previous response. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Simon.
Thank you very much for all your work and service and this great first step.
Thanks. So I think it would be a good time to break for lunch. We have 3 more testifiers. And it is 12:06. So let's break until 1:10 and we'll resume with public testimony on D1. Thank you.
100 Israelis have been killed. Palestinian deaths are nearing 700. Israel is fighting to retake control of several of its residential communities. NPR's Daniel Estrin is in Tel Aviv and reports that Israeli forces have struck mosques and homes in Gaza.
Israel bombed at least 1,000, including the mosque. Bombing on one mosque damaged a dozen homes, trapping people under rubble. The Israeli defense minister says Gaza will be under complete closure. There will be no electricity, food, or fuel delivered to Gaza. In Israel, the army says Gaza militants have continued to infiltrate Israel and that Israeli troops were battling Hamas militants.
Okay, we're going to talk into it. Are we still on house sound, right? Okay. And what do we want to test here? You want to try and turn it up? Because the back of the room is pretty quiet. What was that? Loud enough? Too loud? Nope. Too quiet? Okay. I don't know. That's why I was talking. I need something to read. Wi-Fi, Hilton conference, password, summertime, meeting questions and tech support. Please email npfmc.admin@noaa.gov. The council will resume at 1:10 OM. What is that? How about PM? Continuing public testimony on D1. Bering C LKTK. What is with this slide? Feel like, yeah, but turning them off shouldn't make any difference. We are not even plugged into them. So I don't think that will do anything. You worried about like interference?
Said it was too loud.
Because they're trying to have a conversation and I'm talking over top of them. So we're just inconveniencing people. That's what the problem is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these front speakers are on. I don't know that the back ones are. So I don't know how to turn those on. There's got to be a synchronize the rooms feature that we are missing here. May require Christopher to figure that part out. There's also another plugin in the other room, right? So they're probably isolated. So you have a Alaska ballroom connection and an Aleutian ballroom connection, and then a Denali ballroom connection. So we need to figure out how to synchronize the two rooms that we are in. Checking for feedback, turning on and off. Checking multiple mics for interference, checking them all. Like check really close to a
Okay,
computer.
so if we're
Let's see if that
talking at
makes
the
a
same
difference.
time,
Yep,
what
we're
are you
talking at the same
doing?
time. Look, I'm touching the computer.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to make a difference.
Okay, well, if I'm talking over here, I feel like I can hear it louder coming through the TOA speakers directly in front of me than you can't hear me talking into the microphone. Is it quiet because I'm quiet, or is it quiet because the room is quiet? Is it the same as when Nicole was talking on the other side of the room, or no? I'm really quiet. I don't.
Sarah's a great example of Angel, and I am a great example of a loud person.
Okay, nobody has ever told me I am a soft speaker. That
I
is a
can't hear you in
first.
the conference room at work either. You're like the only person that does not show up on the array. You have like a volume issue that just conflicts with the mic.
Council, please come back to order. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing our public testimony on D1. We have 3 testifiers left. Beginning with Kathleen Demientieff.
My name is Kathleen Ketzler Dementov. Sorry. Oh. My name is Kathleen Ketzler Dementov. Got it? Hello?
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm here to testify for the Nenana Native Association, a nonprofit village. I was born and raised in Nenana. I am a lifelong subsistence fishing, hunting, gathering 100-year-old stories handed down from generation to generation. I am author of a book, and I am a traditional counselor for the state of Alaska, the great state of Alaska. You can ask me later. I represent all Indigenous people in all villages. I just don't represent our village because I know all these villages are hurting. All these families that don't have husbands to go out and fish, or they don't have money to get gas to get to fishing. I come from a big family of 10. So we have a system and we're all elders. So what I'm saying here is that a lot of our younger generation that's coming up behind us have gotten into drugs and alcohol and have not gone out fishing. So we have very few people that fish and gather things for other elders in the village. I testified at different boards asking to limit the fishing on the ocean to help the villages to get some fish to feed their families. These villages don't have no way of getting into the villages by road, only by plane. So how expensive is a plane trip? Sometimes they have to pay $400 to $600 to get into town to buy groceries. The groceries in the villages are sky high. In Nenana only, and I live on the highway, and they have a railroad airport system, and it's tripled. Everybody's feeding off our people in the villages to make money. And seems to me like everybody is talking money. Our villages just want to be able to get our fish and put it away. I have a 94-year-old mother that has always lived on fish. I grew up on fish. I eat fish every day in the summer when we're growing up. So our whole family is very healthy. But now we see a generation coming up that has no knowledge of our culture or how to do anything. So these cultural camps we have all over in the state, in our area, teaches us, or I teach them how to cut fish, how to put it away, gardening, you name it. So I just believe everybody that testified has traditional knowledge in their area region, because I don't know their region. They don't know my region. So we got different people from different areas that learn different cultures. So you have to keep that in mind. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank
for
you,
listening.
Ms. Dementov. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
I thank you for your testimony. I have a question on the first part of your testimony on what it means to be a traditional counselor.
Through the chair, Madam. A traditional counselor, I worked for behavioral health for the state of Alaska. I worked for the state of Alaska as counselor 3. And then I went from the state to the treatment place on the remote river of Tanana. And Tanana River is where we have a rehabilitation program, which I ran. And they had this forum that if you wanted to be a traditional counselor, since we knew the knowledge, I knew everything from gathering to how to put things together and teach our people how to preserve stuff. They had a form that you fill out by your village. It had to go through the council and approved and signed by the chief. And it's called a traditional counselor for this great state of Alaska. I just wanted to bring this up because I thought that was kind of cute when you guys had a D1 testimony. That's why I jumped in. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Down.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Dementieff. Can you mentioned you were an author. Can you tell me the name of your book and just a very short summary of what your book is about?
Through the chair. It's called The Woman Bear. This is over 100-year-old story that somehow was told to me as a young kid, because we go from generation to generation, orally dropping information down about how you hunt, what you watch for, like that. And these stories my grandma told me, and all of a sudden all these stories came out. This story came out and I read it to my parents after I wrote it. It's about a bear, a woman bear that didn't put up with men. And if you married her, she just picked her men out. And if she married this man, and just like if he dropped a scarf on the floor and she told him not to do that. And so she noticed it and she told him to pick it up and then killed him. So it's just a real kind of a long story about how you preserve your culture and your knowledge and what they used to do a long time ago, like not step over your clothes. So there's a lot of things in there that they teach you through stories.
Thank you. Sounds like I need a copy of your book. Appreciate your testimony. Okay. Next up is Teresa Peterson.
Thank you. Got a new book for my reading list too. Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. AMCC appreciates this opportunity to comment on and voice our continued support for the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence protocol and on-ramps developed by the LKTKS task force. I was reflecting on a conversation we had in an ecosystem committee meeting probably 6 or 7 years ago in the Seattle at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, when development of the Bering Sea FEP was underway and the section about inclusion of local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence was being discussed. At that juncture, I really wasn't entirely sure what the difference was between local knowledge and traditional knowledge. And with the insight of traditional knowledge holders, the difference was described to me and others, and I understood. And I think thanks to the glossary of terms, we all now understand the difference and the value of different ways of knowing. A respectful decision-making process must be inclusive of different ways of knowing, and cultural ties to marine resources, which extend far beyond Western science fisheries management, is really important. And I find the description of traditional knowledge really beautiful, and I just wanted to read a little part of that. Traditional knowledge is a living body of knowledge which pertains to explaining and understanding the universe and living and acting within it. It is acquired and utilized by Indigenous communities and individuals in and through long-term social, cultural, spiritual, and environmental engagement. It is an integral part of the broader knowledge system of Indigenous communities. It is transmitted intergenerationally, is practically and widely applicable, and integrates personal experience with oral traditions. And we just heard Kathleen describe some of that. And it's different. Traditional knowledge holders share insight and observations beyond what we know. And I think we heard a lot of that during the chum salmon testimony that was really kind of captured through this experience and knowledge systems unique to the Indigenous community, and a depth of knowledge and understanding really unique to the traditional knowledge holders. In the development of the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan, an identified gap of information was the use of LKTKS to inform decision makers. And as a result, the action module devoted to the development of protocols and on-ramps has advanced in a way that will benefit the existing process. The task force recommendations bridge the gap and provide guidance to more LTKS to move LTKS forward in the council process in a manner that is consistent with the guidance of TK holders. AMCC appreciates the dedicated time and commitment by the members of the task force in the development of the protocols and the on-ramps. The expertise of the task force members, public engagement, staff support of the task force, the time and the thoughtfulness resulted in an interconnected suite of recommendations and the meaningful document we have before us. These recommendations have been developed through a transparent and inclusive process, and the document really reflects the commitment to meet the intent to bridge the gap. We encourage the council to take final action and adopt the LKTKS protocol and on-ramps. And we encourage the council to support a process to review the progress of the work to make sure that it's just really working as intended and as envisioned. This would demonstrate a commitment and an outline and approach to working with LKTK and subsistence information, which can meaningfully inform the council decision process. Adoption of the protocols and on-ramps will provide a path to initiate work on any one or multiple on-ramp recommendations. The protocols support guidance in National Standard 2 as they relate to traditional knowledge, indigenous science, and approaching management systems in a more inclusive and holistic way, which is also a cornerstone component of ecosystem-based fishery management. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And Elizabeth Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Elizabeth Kruger, testifying on behalf of World Wildlife Fund. In Alaska, WWF's vision is that healthy Arctic ecosystems support the cultural, social, and economic needs of the people living there and protect the diversity of life, of Arctic life. We support the recommendation of the advisory panel, and we recognize and appreciate the comments of those who have already testified on this topic today. We also thank the LKTKS task force and the council staff for investing the time and resource into this process and taking seriously the need in particular for greater Alaska Native representation in council decision-making. The LKTKS protocol and on-ramp recommendations represent a diversity of perspectives and are comprehensive, meaningful, and reasonable. Adopting and implementing these recommendations and on-ramps will further the council's efforts to improve equity and effectiveness in fisheries and ecosystem management. As fisheries experts, you all know well the importance of the diversity of species in an ecosystem for a robust and functioning ecosystem. The same principle applies within human society and also within the information needed to make appropriate management decisions. To put it simply, we all benefit from diversity. I strongly encourage you to give yourselves the best chance at making the best decisions for the future of the fisheries you manage. Implementing these protocols will help in this endeavor. We therefore recommend that the council adopt the LKTKS protocol and expeditiously implement the on-ramp recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger. Let's see if there are any questions. Appreciate your testimony. And I know we just took lunch, but I'd like to maybe stand down for 5 minutes and come back to see if there's action on D1. Council, come back to order. Does the council wish to take action on D1? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion on D1. The council supports and commends the work of the Local Knowledge, Traditional Knowledge, and Subsistence Task Force. The council approves the LKTKS protocol in full as a living document to provide guidance for identifying, analyzing, and incorporating local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information into the council's decision-making process when there's a clear federal fisheries nexus. The council also approves the following LKTKS policy statement to summarize the approach and the guidance. And that reads, the council adopted the LKTK and subsistence protocol in October 2023. The LKTKS protocol provides foundational information and context for identifying, analyzing, and incorporating LKTK and subsistence information into the council's decision-making process. At the core of this work is the recognition of diversity among the people that engage in, depend on, and are impacted by federal fisheries managed by the council. Effective fisheries management that supports sustainable fisheries and ecosystems requires robust science and an inclusive decision-making process that fosters relationships and trust. The council recognizes the importance of the LKTKS protocol for informing its decision-making process and envisions it will foster a more inclusive decision-making process, expand its information base, and improve the robustness of the best scientific information available to inform its decision-making. The approach to working with these knowledge systems includes, number one, the council, staff, and advisory bodies intend to demonstrate respect for LK and TK systems, LK and TK holders, the social science of LK and TK, and subsistence gatherers and their information. Number two, the council, staff, and council advisory bodies recognize the importance of understanding and using the appropriate terms for LK, TK, and subsistence information while carrying out their work. Number three, the council, staff, and advisory bodies are committed to taking the appropriate steps to accurately identify LK and TK holders, the social science of LK and TK, and subsistence information, and to identify when such knowledge and information has a clear federal fisheries nexus to integrate into the council process. Number four, the council recognizes the importance of and will work to prioritize early and ongoing communication with relevant entities holding or representing LK and TK systems. This includes, but is not limited to, tribes, Alaska Native organizations, fishermen, fishing or processing associations, as well as cooperatives and others. Five, the council will endeavor to understand and acknowledge capacity differences among the entities. For example, tribes, Alaska Native organizations, fishermen, fishing associations, or cooperatives, and others. Number six, the council will endeavor to adhere to local and cultural protocols that entities have established for sharing and communicating LK, TK, or subsistence information when they are shared with the council, staff, or its advisory bodies. Number seven, the council acknowledges the challenge and importance of having the appropriate capacity for identifying and working with LK and TK systems and subsistence information. Council will work to identify opportunities to increase this capacity and engage in opportunities for increasing LK, TK, and subsistence capacity as able. And number eight, the council, staff, and advisory bodies intend to equitably work across and account for multiple knowledge systems. The on-ramps, the council supports the existing on-ramps previously recommended by the Community Engagement Committee and identified through a council motion in February 2021. The council also approves the following on-ramps for incorporating LKTKS, understanding additional capacity and resources may be necessary for full implementation of specific on-ramps in the future. Number one, the council adopts the LKTKS protocol. Number two, the council supports the use of the LKTKS search engine and dedicating council staff time to maintaining it as needed. Number three, the council supports council participation, non-quorum, in engagement trips and meetings that provide opportunities for two-way dialogue, knowledge sharing, and direct engagement with council members. Number four, the council continues to support NIMS consultations with tribes and development of the resulting reports early in the council's decision-making process. The council supports staff participating when requested and available. This process will be reviewed annually by the council executive director and chair to determine whether information is shared adequately to inform council decision-making. Number five, the council supports federal agencies providing management reports, the B reports, to do so with formal tribal co-management partners if desired. Number 6, the council will modify the council SOPs and or terms of reference for the advisory panel to include a designated Alaska Native tribal seat to be held by a tribal representative. Number 7, the council will consider expanded LK and TK social science expertise on the scientific and statistical committee during the annual nomination process in balance with other necessary expertise and availability of expertise. Number 8, the council recommends improving the process to solicit broad public input, including LK and TK and subsistence contributions to select core research questions and research priorities to assist the council in managing the nation's resources. Number 9, the council supports implementation of the LKTKS template for working with LKTK and subsistence information when there's a clear nexus to federal fisheries under the council's jurisdiction, to formalize a process for incorporating LKTK, the social science of LKTK, and subsistence information into the council's decision-making process. Implementation of the template will be an iterative process and is intended to prompt council analytical staff as they consider the information that should be included to inform council decision-making. The template is not intended to prescribe a narrow approach for staff, but instead provides a starting point as staff work to include these knowledge systems and products used to inform council decision-making. This template is meant to be used in conjunction with other staff analytical templates and the LKTKS protocol as needed and appropriate. And staff will continue to use discretion in balancing timeliness of analyses with incorporating information. It is envisioned that the questions will be modified and evolve over time as they are put into practice. And number 10, the council will modify its public comment procedures to allow testifiers to provide introductions without it counting against their allowed time limit for oral public comments at the council, science and statistical committee and advisory panel meetings. And with a second, I will speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Mesro. I don't think the council can express strongly enough the thanks to the LKTKS task force for doing this body of work. It's clearly not a body of work that the council could have done on its own, or that council staff could have done on its own, or that NIMS staff could have done on its own. And so I really do start the motion thanking for this, couple years of work to put this in front of the council. I think it's clear from the starting point of the motion that we're adopting the protocol in full through this motion. So council members should think about that. It does not make changes to the protocol itself. I think the task force was really clear that they would like and support, and we were answered through questions of staff, a policy statement. So not to replace the substance of the protocol itself, but to better explain to folks what it means in a short and concise way, something that can be put on the website, something that can be used in our work that tries to encompass what the protocol is without replacing all of its substance. And so I've incorporated that in this motion almost to the exact word that the task force recommended. I added the word federal fisheries and a federal fisheries nexus into the protocol, into the policy statement, only based on the SSC's recommendation that we continue to make it relevant to our work and that we're not trying to go beyond our current authority or start to look at ourselves as a research organization, but that we are using this information to inform our work. So I would be glad when we get to that point to answer questions on the policy statement, but I just want to be clear that the protocol is as the task force recommended in full, and the policy statement has very, very few changes to what's in our document. The on-ramps seem to be as important a piece of this. It's really the commitment to work toward making this happen. There are 10 on-ramps that I'm recommending through this motion, and I certainly welcome, tried to talk to every council member, but I certainly welcome lots of discussion and deliberation about whether these are appropriate. I went forward with this in a way that is trying to adopt on-ramps that the council really can commit to and follow through on, not just visionary, not just something full years and years into the future, but things that we can be either we've adopted already, that we can start working on tomorrow, that are really more near-term commitments. And I didn't want to go beyond what I thought the council could accommodate with current staff levels and capacity, in part because I don't feel like it's the right thing to do to make commitments that we're not certain we can follow through on, certainly not in this case. So I think some of these are fairly obvious, but they do follow the on-ramps that are provided in our document. So even if it's something that we've already done and incorporated, like adding a tribal seat and changing the SOPs for the advisory panel, I left it in because I didn't want it to look like we weren't picking that up. We have picked that up and we've actually acted on that one prior to this motion. The couple maybe I would call out, and again, I'd be glad to answer any questions. Number 3, I did put explicit support for the council continuing to fund, facilitate, and engage in trips and meetings that provides opportunity for two-way dialogue. I don't think that that is really different from what the council's doing now, but it is a continued commitment to do that when we have the capacity to do it and when we're invited to do it. I did have to put in the motion based on NOAA GC's recommendation, a non-quorum, since the full council couldn't meet in a meeting like that or in an outreach trip like that, as that's not allowed by federal law. I did try to address, it's a little bit different from the task force recommendation on number 4 around tribal consultation. And I really appreciate the dialogue that we had with the agency and with testifiers on why that's important and what it means, especially given that the agency's tribal consultation process has evolved and is still evolving since this task force started meeting. I think it's important for the council to continue with the engagement committee's recommendation that we do recognize that getting that information early in the process is important and really the only way that that becomes relevant to our decision making. I think council staff are trying to go beyond their normal duties in participating in consultations. And if the agency welcomes that and the tribes that have requested that and staff are available, then I sure think the council should support that continued process. I don't anticipate that being in every tribal consultation, but I sure hope we can do that when people want staff to do that. This piece on number 4, I think is important, that the process will be reviewed annually. I think it's important that we continue to keep tabs on whether we are receiving that information in an adequate way to inform council decision making. And I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I felt pretty strongly we shouldn't prescribe that. I think the agency and the council staff are feeling their way through that process, whether that's letting us see the final report prior to decision making, whether it's including a piece in the presentation on what the summary comments of the tribal consultation were. I think we can leave it to our staff, our tribal liaison staff as well, and NIMS to figure out how to do that for us. I would state, I guess, on number 5, that I thought that was something that we were able to do already. And I think that we are. I think we heard from Mr. Curlin that happens and has happened in the past around fur seals and the city and St. Paul, in allowing co-management partners with federal agencies to provide management reports alongside the agency. I think that putting this in this motion just confirms that we are supportive of that process. And when people are available and want to do that, then we would be glad to have that happen. I think the only other one that I would speak directly to in the on-ramps is the template. And maybe I took particular interest in this one, having been analytical staff in my past, that I know how difficult the job is for staff to meet all the needs of the council, to meet all the needs of the public, and certainly their requirements to meet all the needs in federal law of what's required for an impact analysis to support council decision making. I do think this one's really important, and I actually am appreciative of the task force working through what's in our appendix as the template. And I know that the task force on-ramp language was pretty brief, support implementation of the template. All I added really here is the language and the narrative in our document around use of the template. I thought that was important to put right in the motion, but it really is not my language. It's the description of how the template should be used, how it's intended to be a starting point, to be used in conjunction with other analytical templates. But it really will be is intended as an iterative process that staff will start to get more and more comfortable with. But I think it's a really good guideline. And I do think we heard in public testimony that it's a good starting point. And I think most of this is what we can consider a good starting point. It is really this process of improvement. And this has given us a really substantive way to start that process of improvement. The only one I really didn't pick up, to be quite transparent, is the recommendation from the task force that the council develop a plan to increase capacity in the non-economic social sciences and LKTK expertise. I feel like we certainly support the liaison, tribal liaison or community position that staff has fulfilled already. And I just didn't feel comfortable going so far as to get involved in the executive director's hiring decisions. I don't feel like as a council member, I would understand all of the needs that he's trying to juggle. I know we've heard in past discussions how much more administrative staff we need to conduct remote meetings and be able to have people listen in and provide testimony remotely. And I just didn't feel comfortable putting my judgment into hiring decisions. I don't think that's really the council's role. So while I still support that concept for sure, directing that and did not seem appropriate. So that is why I didn't pick that up. I've talked a long time. I will say that task force gave us a lot of meat to put into this, and the policy statements, a lot of this motion, but I'd be glad to answer or try to answer questions on any portion of this.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I'll see if there are any questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your thoughtful motion and the work that went into it. My question is about number 4. And I see that on, I'm sorry, I'll be more specific, on ramp number 4. Regarding the council supporting staff participating when requested and available in the consultation process. If in some future action, it seems like it's appropriate to have anyone that's invited participate in that process, a council member, an SSC member, a staff, there's really nothing that precludes that from happening. It's just not enshrined in the on-ramps to the protocols, right? I mean, I don't know what the future will hold, but it may be necessary or important, or we may find out that somehow that's insufficient messaging that's occurring from the consultation to the council, and we feel like it's important to get better communication, or the tribes do, and they invite someone to go, then we can address that on an individual basis, regardless of what it says in number 4, or is that accurate?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mesereau. I anticipate this motion doesn't stop that from happening, prevent that from happening, but I guess it doesn't create a specific protocol or expectation that some number of council members will insert themselves in the tribal consultation process at every time. I didn't think that was quite appropriate. I started to go down that road and think about, does every single person get an invitation? How do you ensure the council member is not speaking for the council because they'd be there as an individual? And it just got so complicated that I didn't go there. But I agree. I think how you described it is accurate, that could happen on an ad hoc basis. I just didn't put it in the regular on-ramps.
Thank you. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that point, I would just say from my perspective, this wouldn't limit us in any way. And so if for a particular consultation, it seemed appropriate to for the agency to invite the council chair or any council member, anyone else affiliated with the council process, we could certainly do that. I think we'd always have that flexibility.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. And you may have spoke to this, and I might have missed it as I was reading and listening and trying to do both, but there was discussion earlier about a 5-year review of the protocols, and you mentioned some annual reviews here with regard to the executive director, but did you consider that, or is that included here and I missed it, which is possible?
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for the question. No, you did not miss it. I forgot to address that. I didn't include a 5-year review. I recognize that that was a recommendation and also one from the AP. I guess I was thinking, one, I'm not a fan of regulated reviews. I feel like there's things that happen in the council process that necessitate attention to a certain issue. And then once we schedule all these regulated reviews, it takes a lot of agenda time and can take away from more pressing needs that we couldn't have anticipated at the time. So I'm not a big fan personally. I do think it's worth reviewing the protocol to make sure it's still what the council and stakeholders and tribes think should be in there, and whether we're doing a good job, moving it forward and using it. I was more interested in having this incorporated in the ongoing new programmatic work, where we look at those objectives way more often than 5 years and see if we're making progress. I'm welcome to, council talking about other alternatives to that, or amendments if folks think a 5-year review is the most appropriate way. But since I was putting this on the table, I did not include that, and not for lack of need to review. I just didn't think that was a needed piece.
Any other questions? Okay. Any comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I support the motion. As I was listening to the staff presentation and the public comment, I was thinking just a little bit about my own journey on this, and a couple of the public commenters commented on theirs too, and got me thinking about mine some. But first I was just thinking back to the council adopting the FEP and the Bering Sea FEP, and choosing as the first 2 modules the one regarding climate change and the other regarding incorporation of traditional knowledge and local knowledge and subsistence information into the council process. And as I was looking at this, I realized the work of the task force on this really validates the council's choice of choosing this as one of our first 2 ways of making the FEP actionable through that process. And so just I'll add my voice to others in expressing gratitude to the hard work of the task force and council and agency staff for making our first effort at implementing the FEP be this successful. And also just thinking about how this work in particular has really helped many of us much more clearly understand different ways of knowing and the value that different ways of knowing can bring to the process through diversity of knowledge, as some have pointed out, through additional perspectives, understanding additional perspectives, through having to really work hard on looking in the mirror in terms of our inclusiveness as a council and our ability as a council to treat people with respect. That's something we'll always be working on. I know, but I think this has been one of the first best mirrors for us, this process, for helping us as a council. And I'm grateful for that opportunity as well. I believe I'm a better council member as a result of learning from this exercise in developing this. And so again, just almost a personal note of appreciation to the work of the task force and staff and others who've helped bring this to this point. I look forward to further implementation. I look forward to further growth, both by myself and by the council. And I look forward to a stronger, more robust process in the future that will result from this.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been participating here. This is my final year sitting at this table. In June, I'm done here. And I recall when this issue first came before this council, I was sitting down at the end of the table next to Ms. Peterson, who testified earlier, and this came across as something that we were considering. And I think honestly, we both looked at each other and we really had no idea what those words meant. And so that was not in that far of the past that these words meant nothing to us. And another testifier's wife came and wanted us to start taking this up. And honestly, I think we looked at each other and really didn't have any idea of how powerful of a knowledge system that it was. And I'm not the first one to pick up on nuance, but I do spend some time fishing with local Hawaiian fishermen in the wintertime, and I have witnessed firsthand how powerful traditional knowledge is. They catch more fish than I do every single time we go out with not as good a gear, because they just know, because they're fourth or fifth generation. And so I think I've seen firsthand in my own life how powerful that knowledge is. And I think now we have a way where we can incorporate it into what we do here, which is really what we're talking about at the moment. And so I appreciate the work of the group and of Ms. Kimball. And I guess the last piece of this is just that, you know, it's going to take a little while for us to be able to use this in the way that I think that the work group had envisioned that it gets used. This is a slow process here, and we struggle to incorporate new work. So I hope we'll have a productive way of making sure that the information we're getting is representative of the ideas that this group had in the first place. And if it isn't, I hope we'll hear about it so that we can improve this. It may take several documents and iterations to get this to everyone's satisfaction. And I think that probably holds true for every aspect of us trying to incorporate new participants and new knowledge into the system. So I just hope people will be patient and work collaboratively to make sure we live up to their expectations. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any additional comments? Thank you for your motion, Ms. Kimball. I'll also be supporting this. As others stated, I really look forward to how this work is going to inform and improve upon our process. I'd also like to express my appreciation to the task force members of the public who have put in a lot of time and dedication to help guide us down this pathway. So with that, I will see if there is any opposition to the motion. Okay. Seeing none, that motion passes without opposition. Any further action on D1? Okay. So I think we are ready to transition to D2, our CRAB program review. We have Ms. Marinan, council staff, to help introduce D2.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Marinan, council staff. I'm here to introduce the work plans for two of our mandatory program reviews. I'm going to be presenting an intro here for both the CRAB rationalization program review work plan and the IFQ program review work plan. These are separate items on your agenda. They'll have separate public comment associated with them, but this intro applies to both of them. I'm going to be describing this analytical process. So I wanted to make sure you understand that it encompasses both of these reviews. So with me is Daryl Brennan. He'll be preparing the CRAB rationalization program review. And so today he'll be presenting his work plan for that. And then under D3, after this item, Marcus Hartley with Northern Economics will be preparing. He'll be preparing the IFQ program review, so he'll be sharing his work plan for that, and I believe he'll be presenting that virtually to the council. So included in our action memo is the infographic that you can see on the screen. This is a little bit of a different analytical process than other documents that typically come in front of the council. when there's a proposed action and an amendment change. So this infographic is meant to illustrate this process. The Magnuson-Stevens Act requires program reviews initially after 5 years and then every 7 years for limited access privilege programs. And so this process shows in our region, we've adopted this work plan stage where staff prepare a proposed work plan, and then that comes in front of the council, and that's this meeting. And at this meeting, we receive input from the public and the council and advisory bodies on the scope and content of the plan review. So really, we've gotten a lot of value out of this stage in hearing from the public and from the advisory bodies what the program review should look like. We have NIMS guidance and we have mandatory elements of these reviews, but there's also a lot of flexibility to focus on things that people want to see in the review. So that is the value of this stage in getting input from the public. And then the analysts will prepare a draft program review. Typically, we have had one council meeting where this document, this comprehensive document, is reviewed. And then at that stage, we're looking for 2 different types of public input, both on the completeness of the program review and evaluating the program impacts and the program's ability to meet its objectives. Sometimes we have feedback from, for instance, the SSC, also the AP and the public and other bodies in terms of what the program review might need to include more before it's complete. Typically, that's usually just a laundry list of things that the document should include, and then the analysts go off and do those things, and then the document is finalized and not brought back for a second time. That process is not set in stone, but that's the way that the other reviews have worked in the past. Also, at that stage, we usually hear comments from the public about any input on changes to the program to better achieve the objectives. So that would be suggestions for program amendments. And those types of proposals are things that would then be made into motions, usually at staff tasking at the meeting that the program review is received, and issues are considered for discussion paper, or if there's an opportunity to establish a purpose and need and alternatives, then you could initiate an analysis. And so that would follow a separate analytical track that is more of our typical NEPA process. So these program reviews themselves aren't necessarily action documents, but they could be a catalyst for action through a different analytical process. And they're typically great reference documents to then move forward action, more specific action afterwards. So that's the process that for these program reviews. Based on the approach detailed in the program and allocation review work plan, that was approved by the council in April 2023. This CRAB rationalization program review and the IFQ review will satisfy the requirements for reviewing allocations within those programs that are required by the NOAA allocation policy directive. So I also wanted to note, after the presentation for both D2 and D3, there's one slide in each of these presentations that was prepared by NIMP staff. Those slides will be shared with a list of bullets that the NIMP staff has highlighted as administrative issues they wanted to bring up in the review. We're just gonna show those slides, and if there's any questions about any of those bullets or details of those slides, Gretchen Harrington with NIMS is here to be able to answer questions about those. And then one other note, following Marcus's presentation under D3, council staff, Sam Cunningham, will provide the IFQ committee report and recommendations relative to the IFQ program review work plan. And if there's no questions about the process, then I'll move it over to Daryl for presentation of the work plan for the CRAB program review.
Please continue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Gerald Brannon, and I'm going to walk you through a relatively brief presentation. I know I've made that promise in the past and haven't always lived up to it, but this one I think I will. This is the 17-year crab rationalization program review, the timeline that we're under. As Ms. Marinan said, we're at the October 2023 meeting where we're presenting the draft work plan and receiving input from stakeholders and policymakers on potential modifications to the work plan. We have a final program review that's currently scheduled for early 2024. We haven't set a specific council date on when we expect to bring that back, but it's expected to be earlier in the year. And as Ms. Marinan noted, this is to fulfill the requirement under the MSA that we would do a program review every 7 years after the initial 5-year review. Just a brief history of where we've been in crab rationalization program reviews. This slide basically shows all the reviews that have been conducted and the components of those reviews. You can see that starting at the bottom, there was a 18-month review that focused on specific issues because this is a fairly unique program in the structure. And there were processor allocations that were allowed under congressional authority that we don't have the authority, the council doesn't have the authority to recommend under other LAP programs that are developed. There was a 3-year review that included an SIA, a 5-year review that had an SIA and a separate section on a safety review. And you can see the 10-year review had all those components plus a community engagement review. The intent of this program review is to do the primary program review and not have a separate standalone appendix or for a community review, SIA or a safety review. Those will be incorporated in the main body of the document, and the intent is to have a fairly scaled back version of the information and not come back to the council with a 500-page document. We still intend to include information that's important to the public and communities and for the various other sectors, the processors and harvesters, but there's a lot of information that has been presented in past reviews that we will not rework because you've already seen that before. The National Marine Fisheries.
Excuse me, I think we have a question before you move on. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. And I may be jumping the gun, Mr. Brannon, so please feel free to tell me to wait if I am. But on your previous slide, just because I want to be responsive to a lot of discussions that have taken place at this meeting. And you note very clearly here on the slide in terms of past program review histories. I have to admit, I did not remember. I guess and sometimes we can get caught up in terminology and get a little too focused on that. But I did not recall that a formal or social impact assessment was prepared for previous program reviews, because in my mind, a social impact assessment is a prospective analysis of a potential action that we have in front of us on the council and an analysis of the potential impacts of that action. So, and a program review is, of course, a retrospective look at a management program that's already been implemented. And in an effort not to get caught up in terminology, I am assuming that the issues that are analyzed in really the more standard SIA for a potential management action, the different types of impacts, the data and information that you're looking for relative to communities and participants in community residents that are included in a more traditional SIA is what was included in the previous program reviews in terms of the issues that were being analyzed in terms of community impacts retrospectively. Can you just help me work through that? I'm sure in a much more clear way than I just presented.
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, it was perfectly clear. The council has developed SIAs for the past program reviews. I don't think there's any specific direction that says you can or cannot. I think it's a policy or it's been a practice that these so past councils have used that vehicle to look at community impacts. I have been talking to individuals that represent communities and trying to understand better the concerns that they have to make sure that they're addressed in this package, as you indicated. That I think it's not so much that people are interested in an SIA, but they want to ensure that there's specific information on communities that may have not been perfectly clear in the outline I provided in the document, that they wanted to be sure that that information got included in the program review. And based on those discussions, my intent is to ensure that that does happen. And we had some discussions within the SSC about things that they would like to see included. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself either, but one of the suggestions that the SSC had was look at the specific program elements that were included in the crab rationalization program. And those that are specific to community protections or community impacts, like regionalization is one example. There's others that you would have a table that lays out what those elements are, the purpose of including that element in the program when it was initially developed, and how well that element has met the objectives that the council had set out when they initially started the program. And my intent is to do a similar table for the harvesters, processors, and communities and try and lay that out. And I think that and some additional information that I've had conversations with people, I think I'm getting pretty close to understanding what people want and will be included in the analysis.
Thank you.
In developing program reviews in the crab program specifically, there are guidance documents that have been developed by the National Marine Fisheries Service and others that indicate the things that should be looked at in a program review. And it's that guidance in addition to the national standards listed in the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which will be the focus. The guidance recommends using standardized indices to provide insights into the biologic, economic, and social impacts. And we'll go through those in a little bit more detail and identify other issues of concern. And that gets back to what Ms. Marinan talked about. The intent of this program review is to provide information and allow the council to review that information and see if there's additional work that may be needed to modify the program structure. This slide basically takes the council's original program goals and objectives and lays them out. I'm not going to read through them individually, but I would like to note that one of the goal, my personal goals in developing this paper is to look at these program objectives and see how they're being addressed. And there's a lot of things going on in the crab fisheries currently that perhaps are external to the management structure. Fisheries closures are a primary example. Would changing this crab program, rationalization program elements protect or keep the fisheries open? And it's unlikely. So as I go through the program review, I will be trying to sort out the effects that are a direct result of the program elements and options, and those things that are external to the program that you couldn't make changes and affect change in those outcomes. I'll also be focusing on things that have changed in the program. And one of the things, the elements that's laid out and the things you should look at in a program review is elements that have changed since the last program review. This is a condensed version of the table that's provided in the work plan. And you can see that since the last program review that occurred in 2016, the council has made 7 FMP amendments to the crab program, 1 regulatory amendment, 2 temporary rules, 3 discussion papers that resulted in no further action, 2 amendments that are currently under council review, and 1 amendment that's been approved by the council but is still in the batter's box. So this isn't a static program. There's a lot of things going on within the program, and there's been changes in the program. And so as we do the review, this is one of the elements that is recommended that you include. So this type of information, along with all the history that's been outlined in previous review documents of changes to the program since it was implemented, will be included. As I indicated earlier, the work plan included a crab rationalization program structure. The work plan included an annotated outline and a detailed outline that was basically structured after the 5 and 10-year review of the program. The intent of this is to provide a more focused review, as I said, instead of having a large document focusing more on things that have changed and reference information that has not changed, like the structure of the fishery prior to implementation of the crab program. That hasn't changed. And so that will primarily be included by reference with a brief summary of the structure. The status of the fishery will be documented as it currently stands. And for the forward-looking portion of the analysis, I plan to focus on those program elements that the council is currently considering changes. I think you could kind of go off the deep end on this if you tried to think of everything that could possibly change. I think the proper approach is a more focused look based on the decisions the council has made in looking at future changes to the program. And that would be things like the 2 packages that you're currently reviewing, the C shares and the processor caps, and the program element on changing the start of a season date that's in the batter's box. This table provides information on all the data sources that are available. Data used for the review will be derived from secondary sources. There's no planned field work associated with this program review. Previous SIAs had field work included with them that Dr. Downs did. We're not anticipating doing that. That doesn't mean that we will not be talking to individuals to collect information that's relevant to the review, but we don't plan on doing, going out in communities and conducting research. We'll talk to individuals that are knowledgeable of the fisheries and collect information that way. That is the current plan. The crab safe documents will be used to provide biologic, economic, and social data. There's numbers of vessels and processors and the mean processing amounts over time, and all those kind of statistics we'll be deriving from EDRs, which are fairly robust in the crab fishery, and e-landings and core data. These are the typical data sources that are used. Crew information will be derived from EDRs, and there's a lot more information on crew in this fishery than there are in other fisheries because of the collection of EDR crew license numbers over time. I think that'll be an important source of information to show how changes have occurred in the number of crew and participants in the fishery. One of the things that the SSC had asked that we look at is, could you use this information to see maybe if crew members have been working their way up from crew to captain by looking at the information provided. It was one of those things that I said I would try to look at, but I'm not sure how well we can track that information going from ADF&G crew licenses to CFEC licenses and determining if the move to those licenses can be backtracked and linked, and whether that really means that they're a captain or not. We'll certainly provide information on quota share transfers. We hope to provide information on market profiles through 2 potential sources. One is the National Marine Fisheries Service Alaska Fisheries Science Center has been developing updated market profiles, is my understanding. A draft of that, I think, was available early this year. I don't think those have been released to the public yet. I have not seen a version of them, but to the extent they are available, we'll certainly incorporate those. And this is some of the information that probably stakeholders in the process can provide information on, or at least provide better guidance on where to find some of the information they think is relevant. And we'll certainly look at data by communities. We'll look at the ASEPO report, the most recent one that the council had, as we'll include tax information, and we'll include it up in stakeholder input. As I said, we're going to look at biologic, economic, and social indicators to the extent they're available and useful for the North Pacific fisheries. Some of the biologic indicators are those types of information that are included in the annual stock assessment reports. That will be included by reference, as well as changes in bycatch, discard mortality, and fishery closures. And in the past analysis, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game has provided this chapter. We have had discussions, and I think the intent is for them to update those chapters and provide that information. And so I'll lean very heavily on ADF&G staff to update those sections. Economic indicators are things like not exceeding the quota, which is an indicator of compliance or our capability to effectively monitor quotas. Increased season lengths could be an indicator of expanded flexibility to harvest the available quota, market conditions, operational conditions, and safety. Reduction in the number of active vessels, meeting the goal of capacity reduction and overcapacity in the fishery. Changes in excessive share caps could indicate unanticipated changes in the fishery. And that's one of the things, of course, that you're looking through right now in the caps or modifying excessive share caps that you've done in the past. These are things that the fisheries changed and that weren't necessarily anticipated when you initially set those caps. There's also be information on quota sales, prices, and transfers. The social indicators certainly will be referenced using past SIAs and updated as appropriate to the extent we can. I would like to focus on information that might not be available under bullet 2, the personal disruption. And when we think about the fisheries that are ongoing, there's 2 of the primary fisheries that are closed are at very low levels. And the personal disruption issue, I don't know how you get data without talking to individuals, because both the harvesters, the processors, and the communities are all making decisions on how to deal with the changes in the fishery that have occurred. Whether the fishery will look the communities or the processors, the harvesters will look like they did prior to the changes. After the fishery rebounds, probably not. And how do you really get a handle on the types of decisions that people are currently making to deal with the low tax in the fishery with the information we have that's available? And it's one of those areas that we just don't have good secondary information that's available, and it's going to require, I think, some discussion with industry and stakeholders.
Mr. Brandon, we have a question for you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Brandon. At the risk of making your presentation slightly longer and putting you anyway. As I was looking down the list of economic and then social indicators, I realized that the treatment of crew, skippers and crew, the actual sort of labor is really treated more as a socioeconomic than an economic. And I'm certainly interested in if the transformation of jobs, the fundamental transformation of the nature of the job that we saw with the beginning of the program, from short-term employment to moving towards family wage, longer-term employment jobs. I'm wondering if that's continued. And I don't know. It looks like the way you've got it characterized is more of a socioeconomic indicator. I don't know that it's going to give the council and stakeholders that information about whether that transformation has continued. Obviously, the last couple of years have thrown a huge loop at it and made it much more difficult. But I'm hoping to be able to look at this review and understand the status of skippers and crew, as well as owners and others. And I can't see in the words you're using here, as well as in the document, whether I'm going to be able to do that. Easily could be missing something though.
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, my intent was to certainly provide some of the economic information on, I think one of the metrics that people have looked at in the past is our wages per day or wages over time for crew, and see how those have changed. And that gets to part of, I think, your question. I don't think it totally addresses it. And so I don't know that my outline did a good job of capturing that, but I've taken notes and I hear your concern, and I will try to include that type of information when I go through the crew, because we are fairly crew rich in information in this program relative to others. And so hopefully I can provide insight into that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is the slide that the National Marine Fisheries Service provided to us. This slide was presented, as Ms. Marinan said, after the work plan was released, and these are 4 specific issues that I'm not going to go over, and NIP staff will speak to them if there are specific questions. But I think the intent is these are specific management and enforcement topics that they've identified internally, and their intent is in providing information that will be included in the CRAB program review document. And with that matter, Chairman, I have no further presentation. If there's questions, I'd certainly be glad to try and answer them.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any last questions for you, Mr. Brennan. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll move to the AP report. Members of the public wishing to testify, please sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. For the record, Paul Wilkins, AP Vice Chair. Under item D2 CRAB review work plan, the AP recommends that the CRAB program review include a social impact assessment, and that motion passed 15-0.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to public testimony. Looks like we have 5 people signed up, starting with John Yanni, and he will be joining us remotely.
Can you hear me, Madam Chairman?
You're very faint, Mr. Yanni.
Again, faint is and muffled is probably my best feature. How about now?
No, it's still very hard to hear you.
Is this any better?
We're going to try to adjust our audio here. One moment.
Yeah.
Okay, let's give this a try.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this any better? Hello?
One more moment.
I'm on my phone.
Let's try this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much better.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate your patience. Members of the council, John Yanni testifying on behalf of the North Pacific Crab Association. I testified a few hours earlier, so I won't reiterate our group, but we hold most of the IPQ in the crab rationalization program. Our members are all the primary processors of crab quota, processing quota, and a couple of CDQ groups that own and hold processing quota as well. I wanted to testify today on the program review because I think it's important that the council especially in light of these smaller quotas, take a hard look at some of the aspects of the program that it hasn't really since the program went into place. Specifically, we think we are supportive of a robust social impact assessment because of the interdependence or the difference in dependence on some of the crab communities and the crab resource and the loss that these low tax and no tax have caused. And in addition, I think the council needs to take a look at the arbitration program. It's the only arbitration program in the history of the Magnuson Act in any fishery management council, and the only program where the ultimate price and negotiation between harvesters and processors is a regulatory mechanism in any fishery management plan in any fishery in the country. And I think the current council, didn't build this arbitration system, but is, charged with managing it. And I think at this point, it would be appropriate for the council to take a good hard look at that. The program is quite regulatory heavy and quite expensive for the participants, harvesters and processors. Each IPQ holder and each IFQ holder of Class A shares must join an organization and then must follow a rigorous set of regulations in how they enter into their relationships between harvester and processor, and what triggers price negotiations, when delivery agreements are to be negotiated, and how. So it's a sophisticated program that's quite, cost heavy. And because of these low tax, no tax, what looks like into the future, it seems to me that it's a good time for the council to take a look under the program review to see if this is really an appropriate set of regulations that should be continued. Should they be, modified in low tax, no tax situations, because the regulations remain in place. So we're hopeful and look forward to assisting council staff and the council in taking a look at both of those issues. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yanni. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Yanni, for the testimony. I'm still after reading the letter, after listening to you, I'm still not really sure what exactly you're meaning by a hard look at the arbitration program. And it may just be my relatively superficial understanding of the arbitration program that leads to that. But you mentioned some aspects in testimony here today of things, but are you really looking to the analysts to just kind of take apart the whole program analytically and examine all the elements? Or is it more just, is this program meeting the original objectives? And if not, then some dissection? I'm trying to grasp it because this seems like it could be a really daunting effort, I think is part of the reason why I'm asking the question. I understand the importance of doing it, but I'm still not understanding very well the how of doing it and the scope of what that will entail.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, through the chair. I think what I'm really asking for is it time to take a look at the arbitration program and modify it? And you can't, as a council, decide whether to modify if you don't really understand how the elements of the arbitration program work. I'm not looking for the staff to, reinvent the wheel and as you said, structurally take it apart, but rather to explain to the council in the program review, the elements of the arbitration program, what each IPQ holder, what each IFQ holder must do, how the market report, the non-binding price formula, the share matching system, all of those aspects of the arbitration program are unique only to this fishery management plan. And I don't know that the council understands how that works, but it seems to me that because it's a fairly cumbersome regulatory process, And is it meeting the goals that the program put into place in 2004, I think it was, when the council passed it? I'm not sure. And it certainly is more onerous in these low TAC, no TAC crab seasons. And that looks like what we have going forward. So until it's at least explained, in a qualitative, not necessarily quantitative way, the council would not be able to decide whether or not they think it should be modified, given these new low TAC, no TAC crab seasons.
Yeah, seeing no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Mateo Pasaldon.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Chair, members of the council. My name is Mateo Pasaldon, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the city of St. Paul. I first of all wanted to thank Mrs. Marinan and Mr. Brannan for their work on this review and also for their responsiveness to comment and input on this document. The past few days, I have gone back and reviewed the three-year program, the 5-year review program, and the 10-year review. And all of these had social impact assessments as appendices. So it seems a little bit strange now when the crab fishery is experiencing the worst crisis in its history that the review is not considering an SIA. And while the city understands that this is not an action-inducing document, I would posit that given the uncertain status of the fishery, there is likely to be action in the next 5 to 10 years. Therefore, it would seem like a good idea to have a solid socioeconomic basis handy on which to base future actions. Whether the community information is presented in the form of an SIA or an SIA-like format within the main body of the review is perhaps a semantic or presentation issue. Regardless, here are the items that St. Paul would recommend for inclusion in an improved crab program review. 1, since there are a half dozen crab-dependent communities, all of which are majority minority communities, and several of which are majority Alaska Native communities, we would recommend that the social impacts section include upfront references to the primary national standards at stake, namely NS4 and NS8, as well as the relevant executive orders, CEQ, NEPA, and EEJ guidance. That way, this council or future councils will have the tools to properly balance the considerations necessary to protect minority populations and provide for communities. As an example, the halibut ABM SIA does a really good job of that. It would almost be a cut and paste job since many of the dependent communities in that analysis are involved in this crab review. As with the ABM SIA, it would also be very helpful in this review to have tables for each community regarding tribal, CDQ, and ANCSA affiliation. That way, the council would be able to properly engage in tribal consultations, for example, with relevant tribal governments, and weigh other considerations regarding community protections, such as any applicable treaty obligations and participation or not in the CDQ program. And finally, the review would benefit from a community section, just as it proposes a harvester and processor section. The crab rationalization program was constructed as a three-legged stool program in recognition of the investments made in the fishery by each sector. Communities such as St. Paul and Unalaska were active participants in creating this program and the community protections in it. The purpose of the program review is to evaluate whether the objectives laid out by the council in 2004 have been met or not. In the case of communities, the protections that were actively negotiated were regionalization requirements, an increase in the percentage of crab to the CDQ program from 7.5 to 10%, rights of first refusal, and cooling off periods. St. Paul believes it would be valuable for the council and the public to have a section with a healthy discussion of these community protections and whether they met program objectives or not. I wanted to note that there is a social and community impact section proposed, which is obviously necessary in this review, but the focus of that section is different and is focused on impacts to communities rather than their stake as participants and players in this fishery. The council always reminds itself and the public that this is an iterative process, that we always seek to make improvements as we strive towards perfection. I would like to point out that the CRAB program was adopted by the council in 2004 and implemented in 2005. This was 1 year before the US Congress adopted the latest version of the MSA in 2006. It would seem that with all the directives that have emerged in the last 2 decades, as well as our greater awareness and new understanding of the impacts of climate change and related EEJ issues, we would want to have a document that is responsive not only to the legal considerations the council dealt with in 2004, almost 20 years ago, but also to the current statutes, executive orders, and other guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasaldan. I'll see if there are any questions for you. I have a question. I was hoping, I'm not quite sure I caught the nuance that you were trying to highlight regarding the impacts to communities versus the stakes of communities under the in your reference to the SIA section. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit more, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Sure, Madam Chair and Council. The document would benefit, and while it's interspersed throughout it, the document would benefit from a community sector section that talks about, just as it does for harvesters and processors, talks about what the skin the communities had in this program, and those are the program protections, the community protections that I mentioned. The other section is more of a discussion of impacts locally, et cetera, demographic, et cetera, which is important. I'm not trying to minimize that, but it's more from the point of view of maybe not victims is not the right word, but impacts. Whereas the other one is more highlighting tools that this council created 20 years ago to protect communities, so that as we review this program, but also as we potentially consider action in the future, we have a section where those references are upfront, easy to look at, and easy to evaluate as to whether they were responsive, or need to be potentially adjusted to make more responsive.
Thank you. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. And I apologize if to double down on the same point, but I think just to be really clear, I am looking at the work plan right now, and there is a section in the work plan for CDQ and ADAC participation in crab rationalization program fisheries. And Mr. Pasaldan, if I'm understanding your recommendation, you're looking for a similar standalone section for the other crab dependent communities, if you will. Is that an adequate description of what you're looking for?
Through the chair, yes. And this is not to pick at whether, the community section is more important than the CDQ section or not. We need both sources of information. But as conceived 20 years ago, CDQ was one of the tools, increasing the percentage to the CDQ program was one of the tools used to enhance or create, was added to the community protection pot. And so, again, this is not a question of whether we roll CDQ into the community section. I think both need to be highlighted, but I think the community section needs to be brought out more. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Heather McCarty.
Madam Chairman, members of the council, Heather McCarty for CBSFA, the CDQ group on St. Paul. Mr. Ianni always jokes that we are everything, that CBSFA is everything. We're harvester, we're processor, and we're a community. And as such, we have a hard time taking sides, which is probably a good thing in this case. So I'm going to talk about two things. One is similar to what Mr. Posseldon was referring to, and that is how best to include the information about the social and economic conditions in the crab-dependent communities. We're particularly interested in that. One of the objectives of the program is to address the social and economic concerns of communities. And with that in mind, and the tremendous losses in these crab-dependent communities recently, we understand that Section 11 of the review, social and economic community impacts, will need to be especially robust. And as you have heard, there's not a plan this time to include a social impact assessment for whatever reason. I suspect that it's a resource issue, perhaps time and people, but we have assurances, as Mr. Posseldon has related, that the review will include all of the needed community, social, and economic information anyway. And we support the list of information that was detailed by Mr. Posseldon. Information will focus on information provided in the most recent annual Community Engagement and Participation Overview, or SEPO report, and community profiles and stakeholder input. In the case of St. Paul, with one processor, we're a little bit concerned that confidentiality requirements are such that some detailed quantitative economic data may not be able to be made available. And one of the reasons we were looking at an SIA is, it was our understanding that SIAs made a special effort to provide more qualitative information that reflects economic and social conditions. So just putting that in there in case that's lost in the shuffle. The second thing I'd like to address is, from the point of view of the community, CBSFA also supports the NPCA call for a focused look at the binding arbitration program. Our community needs our processor for its economic survival, and we support a review of what processors, particularly those in remote communities, might need for viability continued into the future. The snow crab and Bristol Bay red king crab fisheries failures are the first rationalized fisheries in the country to suffer this magnitude of fishery collapse and correlated economic harm, with hundreds of millions of dollars in losses to harvesters, processors, and communities. That's been devastating, not just to the industry, but to the state of Alaska. We don't know what potential changes in the crab program may be suggested following this review, as has happened in the past. But we do know that the more information we have about how the crab program has met its objectives thus far, the more clarity we may have as to how the program can meet the coming challenges that we expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none. I appreciate your testimony. Next up is Jamie Goen, and she'll be joining us remotely.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, good afternoon.
Great. I'm Jamie Goen with the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We represent the majority of harvesters in this crab rationalization program. I will echo what Heather just said, that we are the first rationalization program in the country to suffer this level of a collapse in our crab stocks. We encourage the review to capture the most recent data possible to capture this collapse. So that's between 2021 and now. There's often a data lag, particularly for economics. And so we encourage the most recent data possible to be used in this review. Some components of this program are struggling at low quotas and closed fisheries, such as the facility use caps, which you just heard about, and the sea shares or crew shares. The review should capture what our industry is going through now and provide information on what we need to do in the future, which is more important right now than reflecting on the fishery pre and post rationalization. So not just a checklist approach to this review. The review should distinguish as much as possible what was caused by the program itself versus what is caused by low and closed quotas. And I think in some cases, those are intertwined, but as much as possible, it should distinguish between them. One of the main goals of the program is to create economic stability, and we're seeing anything but that right now. Among harvesters, the crab collapse is putting the largest strain on operations that are not diversified into other fisheries. It's disproportionately hurting independent harvesters, raising equity concerns, and it's had a chilling effect on new entrants and the ability to retain good crew. And then we heard earlier under the facility use caps, some of the struggles that's happening with processors because of those caps. I support the comments you've heard on a social impact assessment. I think that would help with communication and the public's understanding of how communities and harvesters and processors are being impacted. To Daryl's point during his presentation earlier about personal disruption under the social indicators, I would just offer that Alaska Bering Sea crabbers would be happy to poll our members at any time if they want to give us a list of questions to help get at that personal disruption piece. And then I'll just end by emphasizing again that this review should be useful to help us find positive steps forward with information on how the rationalization program can better function, particularly in times of low quota and closed fisheries. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you, Ms. Goen. Seeing none, thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thanks.
Last up is Shannon Carroll.
Good morning, Shannon Carroll, behalf of Trident Foods. I'll be really quick and I appreciate your time today. I understand where we are in the process, and I think that what I would specifically request that the council ask staff to bring back as part of the work plan is information on costs associated with regulatory compliance with the program, things like EDR data compliance, costs associated with the fairly complicated PQS and IPQ matching process, custom processing associated with unaffiliated PQS. And I understand that on that one specifically, there would probably be some confidentiality limitations. But I was thinking that perhaps in looking at the trends in ownership and consolidation, the analysts could maybe just draw some conclusions about increase unaffiliated PQS and the costs that incurs on custom processing contracts and transactional costs. I think that these are things that could be captured and would be really helpful for the public and for the council in looking at the review, and certainly would help think about actions that could potentially flow from this review. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you. Okay, so that concludes our public testimony on D2. We're pretty close to our mid-afternoon break. Let's break for 15 minutes, come back at 3:10 and see if there's any action the council wishes to take.
Hi, Marcus. If you want to just jump on and talk for a second, we'll just test your audio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You sound good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, and I'm using that same presentation I gave to the SSC, which was on that narrow format. That's going to be okay, right?
Yes, that will be fine.
Okay. And then I can just click through at my own pace. Is that correct?
Marcus, you cut off there at the end. I don't know what your second question was.
And then I've got the animations on my presentation, so it's much better that I just click through rather than. So we're running the presentation for my.
If you're still there, we lost you. We're not hearing you anymore, Marcus.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Marcus,
Can
I
you hear me
can't
now?
tell if you're still there or not, but would you mind closing and trying to rejoin?
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
What happened last?
Hi. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hi, Marcus. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties. We cannot hear you in the room, but I guess everyone else online can hear you. So
Oh,
just
goody.
keep talking if
Okay.
you don't mind, and we're gonna try to troubleshoot in this room a little bit more.
Okay. Hi, everybody out there online who is wishing that I got to shut up, but I don't get to. I hope everybody's having a good day today. I wish I was, I would be at the meeting in person, but I've come down with this thing called COVID. Some of you may have heard of it. anyway, hopefully things will get straightened out with this meeting. And I can make my presentation. I'm going to be doing the Sablefish IFQ presentation next. So they've asked me just to keep talking. And I really don't have a whole heck of a lot more to say. But there I go. I can just keep chatting and see if they can hear me. I hope that is not really bothering you all. I suppose I could tell jokes and read stories and that kind of thing. What about those Seahawks anyway?
Okay, hey Marcus, I can
Yeah.
hear you in the room now, but you are extremely quiet. Can you make sure that on your computer, your volume is turned all the way up to max and your microphone speaker is turned all the way up to max?
How's this? Is this better? I've turned my volume up to max. Was that working better? Is it working at all? Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me now? 1, 2, 3, testing. Hello. Still here. Anything? Are you hearing me at all? Hello. Still talking. I've muted and unmuted. I don't know that that makes a difference.
Marcus, are you still talking?
I still am talking, yes. I still am talking. Would it maybe, well, I hate to log in with my phone because then I wouldn't be able to do the presentation. I'm still talking though. Does this work any better? What about now? Does that work better? I had a Bluetooth device connected and maybe that was it. Is this working any better? Hello, is this working any better?
Okay, hi Marcus. I think we might have figured it out. Thank you so much for chattering.
Can you now hear me okay?
No, okay, just kidding. Can you please keep talking? We still are having issues in the room. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I wonder if maybe it was a Bluetooth device that I had. My headset maybe was on, but now I've turned that off. So there shouldn't be any interference from that. I can also look at my settings on my audio to see what that is doing. Let's see.
Okay, I can talk here and that's not causing distortion in the room, but I still can't hear Marcus.
Okay, well, I'll keep talking. Okay. I could also go to my settings and make sure that let me check my own settings and see what they have to say. I've always been able to talk on these Zoom calls without any problems. Let's see, sound. Microsoft. Sound. What about, does this work better? Is this better? Is this better? Hello, hello. Is this better? Hello, is this better?
Okay, wait. I think I don't touch anything. Marcus, talk to me one more time. I think we might have figured it out.
I might have, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Okay, Marcus, you're a little bit faint in the room, but I think this, you want him to keep talking? Okay, can you
I'll
please keep talking just a little bit more? I'm sorry.
Keep talking. I will keep talking, and I suppose, no, my volume is set at 100%. And I'll keep talking. I will keep talking.
Okay, this is with me interrupting on the mic, so I think that that's good. Is it?
You want me to keep talking? Are you there?
I am here, yes.
Okay.
Keep talking just a little bit longer, but I think we almost have it.
I'll keep talking. I don't, it's kind of hard to keep talking though, because I don't really know what to say, except, certain applications may be set to use different sound devices. I'm just reading from my computer screen now. NPFMC, Wi-Fi Hilton Conference, Password Summertime, Meeting Questions and Tech Support, NPFMC Admin, NOAA.gov. Council will resume at 3:10. It's 3:11. They're wondering what's going on. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? I will try to talk louder. I will try to talk as loud as I can.
Okay, and then this is me interrupting on the mic. So we can hear Marcus now and I can talk on the mic without.
Yes. Okay.
Testing in the room. Marcus,
Testing.
can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. I can hear you, yes.
Oh, wow, you sound really good there.
Okay. Whatever we did, we
I just
did.
want to double check.
Are you still there?
Yep, I'm still here.
And when I'm doing my presentation, I do hope that you can break in and say, we have a question, and then I will stop talking, because that's the one thing that I don't know that I can tell. But anyway, I'll keep talking for now. I'm still talking. I'll talk some more. I'll still talk. I'll keep talking. Still talking. I will continue to talk. If I had a novel to read, that would be much better. But I don't, so I'm just talking. I'll keep talking every once in a while. I'm still talking. I'll keep talking. More and more talking. I will talk some more. And yes, hello. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Can I quit talking yet?
Not yet, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I'm running out of things that are coherent to say, unfortunately. But you know, that's kind of situation normal with me. Anyway, but I will keep going at it here.
Okay, hey Marcus,
Hi.
can you hear me talking to you?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It doesn't seem like you can. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hi,
Hi, we can hear you.
okay.
Okay,
good.
I don't.
Don't
Okay,
stop.
Marcus, thank you so much for your patience, but yes, just when we get to you for your presentation, just remember to talk loud, but we can hear you in the room now. You're just a little bit quieter, but we can't turn you up because then it distorts all the other mics in the room.
Okay, I will talk as loud as I can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, you can go ahead and stand by for now. We're gonna get back to D2.
Super, thank you.
Council, please come back to order. So we have received a presentation, heard public testimony, and received our AP report on D2. I'll ask council if they wish to take action. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. I have a motion that's been sent to staff. I move that the council approves the BSAI CRAB rationalization program review work plan and request staff incorporate the SSC recommendations to the extent possible. The council also requests staff to include the following in the program review: cite and incorporate information from previous social impact assessments as appropriate, and information on costs associated with the CRAB program. For example, costs incurred from EDR data compliance, annual IPQ and IFQ application and matching, custom processing due to unaffiliated PQS holdings, and arbitration. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I don't think I need to speak extensively to this. I just like to start out by thanking the staff for putting together a thorough and detailed work plan for the council and its advisory bodies and the public to review. I think we're getting more experience with these program reviews and have a lot of previous information and work to draw on. I appreciate the public's engagement in this process and the public comment recommendations that have both informed the draft work plan and I believe what will end up as a final product with the program review. I'm not sure I needed to include these bullets, quite frankly, given our experienced and really responsive staff on this project, as we heard earlier in public testimony. But I did just want to clarify, since we did receive testimony on a couple of items that I have picked up, and I did have an opportunity to check in with staff, and I think that they're clear on what I'm getting at here in terms of these bullets, in terms of citing and incorporating information from previous social impact assessments as appropriate. And there's been a lot of discussion at the advisory panel and within the SSC and here in testimony today. And so I just wanted to be really clear that we've heard that testimony and support staff going forward with the discussions and the plans that have been taking place as to how to do that within this review. And second, we did hear in testimony interest in some information on the costs related to some aspects of the CRAB processing program. There are some unique costs associated with costs to participants, both harvesters, processors, and communities with this fairly complex program, including economic data report compliance, the annual IFQ and IPQ application process, and particularly in terms of sort of relevant issues that are facing crab fishery participants related to custom processing. Now, understanding that staff cannot access confidential information, perhaps relative to that second bullet, staff would be able to present some general trends in PQS ownership, for example, and just highlight to the extent possible with available data or qualitatively, just some increased transactional costs associated with that transfer as unaffiliated PQS ownership changes and increases. And so again, just really thank everyone for their participation in this process and look forward to the program review. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for Ms. Baker. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Baker, thanks much for your motion. One of the other things that I've been sort of reflecting on from staff, from public testimony was the point that the architecture of this program is fairly unique, the three-legged stool. Fortunately, not the three pie that the testifier was almost ready to say. And making sure that the review really reflects that basic structure, that those three parts are co-equal that in terms of importance. And I wasn't really, as I was looking at your motion, I wasn't really clear on how exactly to reflect that as well. Probably because there's very little left of my brain at this point, but I'm wondering if you think that's also sort of appropriate guidance from the council to staff at this point to make sure that the structure of the review mirrors the structure of the program.
Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. The short answer is yes. I was listening carefully during testimony. There were a couple of individuals that testified where I felt like that issue was covered very clearly, and I was sure that the staff was tracking that and felt comfortable that staff would incorporate those discussions. And so, yes, that is what I would expect.
Thank you. Any other questions on the motion? Okay. Any comments? Okay. Thank you for your work on this motion, Ms. Baker. Okay, I'm going to try this. Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay. That motion passes without opposition. Thank you. So that'll bring us into D3, the IFQ program review. And just for the public's notice, we will be breaking after D3, and we'll come back tomorrow to start staff tasking in the morning. Yes. Can you give us 1 minute? Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sam Cunningham, council staff. I am just going to introduce Marcus Hartley from Northern Economics, who has prepared this work plan and will prepare the program review. So he has a presentation for you. There is a slide at the end of the presentation that was contributed by Sustainable Fisheries, some aspects of the review that they intend to include. If you have any questions about that slide, Gretchen Harrington from Sustainable Fisheries is available to answer those. And after you are done with Mr. Hartley, I will give you a brief report on the IFQ committee that occurred last Thursday. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Hartley. Best of luck.
Hello, members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you today. There's this nasty thing called COVID that has kind of taken me down a little bit. Anyway, hopefully this will all work okay. Can you see my screen?
I think we are, actually, we cannot yet.
Marcus, this is Sarah LaBelle. Did you hit the screen share button?
I don't know that I have a screen share button. Do I? I have a
Yes, you should have a screen share button. It should be in the top in the middle. Or possibly in the middle at the bottom. It should be green.
Marcus, is it possible for you to just direct us as well if you can't? Oh, okay. Yes. We can see your screen now.
Marcus, can you unmute yourself again, please?
Okay, now I've got myself unmuted. I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
And you can see my screen all at once. All right. Well, thank you very much. I'll just jump right into this. I'll be working on the work plan, or I'll be working on the Sablefish and Halibut program review for the 2024 review. And this is the work plan that I've laid out. So the general overview of the work plan
Mr. Hartley, we've lost your audio.
Marcus, do you think you'd be able to call in instead of using your computer?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Dunn.
I just would like to note that there appears to be a strong positive correlation between COVID and technical issues in men over 50. So thank you very much for noting.
I have to look into that further, Mr. Dowd. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yep.
Sorry, somehow I got back to being muted. And you can see my screen?
We're not seeing your screen, however.
Okay. I'll share it again. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. Let's give this a try.
Okay. It seems like, okay, so the program review that we're planning will be split into two component parts. A written report, which will contain a high-level overviews of the two programs with summary data and conclusions that are focused on the stated program objectives, as well as on changes to the IFQ program that have taken place since 2015. The written report will contain a relatively small number of figures and tables. We'll also have an online appendix, excuse me, which will be available only on
Mr. Hartley, we lost your audio again. If you can hear me, if you can call in, that might be a more secure connection for us.
conflicts, dead loss.
Sarah, can you email him to see if we can get his phone number? Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone, while we work through these technical difficulties.
What do we want? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Mr. Hartley, we've lost connection with you twice, though.
Yeah.
If you can provide your phone number, or I guess we can try this one more time. And if it doesn't work, I'll ask you to use your phone connection instead of your computer.
Well, I think that Sarah does have a copy of this slideshow on her computer. So maybe we could try that. Maybe that makes the most sense.
Okay, yes. And we'll advance the slides for you when you're ready, if you give the cue.
Okay, is that okay with Sarah?
Yes.
Does she have that up?
We just need a moment.
And you want me to call in with my phone, is that correct?
Yes, hold on, Sarah, would that work best at this point? Okay, yes, let's have you call in on your phone. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, we're gonna stand down for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So now can you see the slideshow?
Yes, we can see your first slide.
Which is the starting with the work plan? Is that the slide?
Yes,
The-
your title.
Okay. Well, Sarah, this has got a lot of clicks in it, so I'm down on it. Slide 4. So work your way down to slide. Well, maybe we start from the beginning. Is that going to be the best since I've been blacking out? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So, again, this is Marcus Hartley. This is the work plan for the Sablefish and Halibut IFQ program for the 2024 update. The general overview of the work plan is the first slide of the actual presentation. And if Sarah, you can click through until it fills up. You may have to go forward and backward a little bit. It's supposed to click in on clicks. Anyway, the 2016 IFQ program review was generally considered to be well done, but it was quite long and extremely detailed. 274 pages, 74 tables, 138 figures. The primary goal of the 2024 work plan will be to reformat the report to facilitate a focus on the major elements of the program and to highlight its conclusions and findings while still meeting the requirements of the Magnuson Act, the NOAA fisheries policies, and the NPFMC. So next slide. And there you go. So reformatting the 2024 the program review, we're going to have two component parts of the program review. The first part will be a written report that will contain a high-level overview of the two programs with summary data and conclusions focusing on the stated program objectives, as well as changes to the IFQ programs since 2015. It will also include a relatively small number of figures and tables. We'll also have an online appendix, which is planned to be only available online, and it will contain detailed analysis with tables and figures for all of the issues and topics that are covered in the analysis. So lots of information, but a lot of it will be online. Next slide. So the original IFQ program objectives, the council laid out 10 that were shown that are all listed here: allocation conflicts, gear conflicts, dead loss, bycatch loss, discard mortality, excess harvesting capacity, product wholesomeness, safety, economic stability in the fisheries and communities, rural coastal community development of a small boat fleet. Those were all things that they covered and will cover and touch on in the review. Next slide. We will also link the additional objectives that the council had will be to link the initial quota share allocations to recent dependence on the halibut and sablefish fixed gear fisheries. Broadly distribute quota share to prevent excessively large quota share holdings. Maintain the diversity in the fleet with respect to vessel categories. Maintain the existing business relationships among vessel owners, crews, and processors, and assure that those directly involved in the fishery benefit from the IFQ program by assuring that these two fisheries are dominated by owner-operated operations. Next slide. I should ask if there are any questions, please feel free to interrupt and ask while I'm presenting.
Thank you. I'll be sure to do that.
So more objectives here. Council wants to make sure the quota share allocations are linked to recent dependence on halibut and sablefish fisheries, to broadly distribute quota share to prevent excessively large quota share holdings, to maintain the diversity in the fleet with respect to vessel categories, to maintain the existing business relationships among vessel owners, crews, and processors, and to assure that those directly involved in the fishery benefit from the IFQ program by assuring that these two fisheries are dominated by owner operators. The third part of, we want to make sure to limit the concentration of quota share ownership and IFQ usage that will occur over time. Limit the adjustment cost to current participants, including Alaska coastal communities. Increase the ability of rural coastal communities adjacent to the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands to share in the wealth of the IFQ program. That's the CDQ program. And to achieve the council's previously stated goals and objectives and to meet the MSA requirements. So all of these issue areas that are described in this slide here were included. Go ahead and click the next click here, Sarah. Including the description of the management, overarching trends, initial allocation process, harvesting flexibility and consolidation, crew member and processor impacts, owner operated characteristics of the fleet, entry opportunities, community impacts, vessel safety, biological management, in-season management, record keeping and reporting, the observer program, monitoring and enforcement, management and cost recovery. And the original one also had a discussion of a request from the EAC Native Corporation for a specific extra allocation of quota share. Sorry, my voice is kind of going bad here. Let's go to the next slide. So the program review will also need to follow the guidance for conducting reviews of catch share programs. This is laid out in 2018 by National Marine Fisheries Service. Program reviews should contain the purpose and need of the review, the goals and objectives of the program, the FMP and the MSA. History of management prior to the program's implementation, at the time of the implementation, and any changes made since the program's implementation or the previous review. Should also have a description of the biological, ecological, environmental, economic, social, and administrative environments before and since the program's implementation. Okay, next slide. I think I'm on the previous slide, Sarah. Yeah, this is the right one. Okay, the review should contain an analysis of the program's biological, environmental, and economic and social administrative effects. So the environments and the effects. Point 6, the review should have an evaluation of effects with respect to meeting the goals and objectives of the program. Should include a summary of any unexpected effects, both positive and or negative, and should identify issues associated with the program structure or function or the potential need for additional data collection and or research. Okay, next slide. So this slide will discuss the data that we're planning on using in the 2024 program review. As in the original one, we'll look at the baseline years of 1990 through 1994 as an average. It will be a single average characterized as a single year. Then we'll add in the 95 through 2015 data as was covered in the 2016 review. We'll update that with the additional years 2016 through 2022. The 2024 program review will attempt to consistently adjust for inflation to 2023 dollars. The previous review did adjust for inflation, but it was inconsistently done, sometimes adjusting to 2012 dollars and sometimes to 2015 dollars. So we'll make an effort to always adjust to the same year for inflation. We also want to point out that there'll be a particular focus on whether and how more recent data in the program has affected the conclusions that were drawn in the original review. Okay, next slide. So there have been quite a few actions that have been approved in the IFQ programs since the 2016 review. And so that will be another focus of our review. The actions that have been include the authorization of pots in the sablefish fishery, the authorization of recreational quota entities, allowing those recreational quota entities to own quota shares, authorization for CDQ groups to lease halibut quota shares in 4B, 4C, 4D in years with low halibut catch limits. In 2020, there was an authorization of retention of halibut in the BSAI with pot gear and IFQ and CDQ fisheries. There was an authorization of fish up provisions for CQEs with halibut IFQs in area 3A for category D quota share so that it could be excuse me, so that it could be harvested on category C vessels. Let's move to the next slide. So some additional new elements of the program. In 2020, there was a modification of medical and beneficiary transfer provisions. There were emergency rules to modify IFQ transfer provisions in 2020 and 2021. There was an emergency rule to waive vessel use caps in 4B, 4D, and for 4B, 4C, and 4D in 2021 and in 2022. And then there was the removal of vessel use caps on a long-term basis, well, a short-term basis, while a long-term modification is being considered. That was done in 2023. And then there was also a notification, there was also removal of regulations requiring pot gear tags and removal of notary requirements and temporary transfers of IFQs. Okay, next slide. So this section will get us going down on the proposed content of the written report and the online appendix. What we'll outline, the outline that I've taken is basically just follows the outline that was done in the 2016 review. The same topics and headings. Again, the written report will consolidate and summarize topics and issues, and readers will be referred to the online appendix and to the 2016 program review for additional details. The online appendix will be organized topically in the same general order as the written report. And our plan is that each topic in the online appendix will be structured as a standalone section. Okay, next slide. Okay. So here's the annotated outline of the written report. And I've added some text in certain sections in here. So it's just not the bullets, but where I've added text, it's where I'm talking about making an addition to the text or to the analysis that was done in addition to simply just updating the data and updating the figures and tables. So we'll start with background information, describe the management and the management prior to the IFQ program. In the management prior to the IFQ program, we're going to add additional text. The plan will be to add additional text that will talk a bit more about some of the trends in the participation and the season lengths from 1980 in the 1980s and the early 90s for both the sablefish and halibut fishery, to give a little bit more context in those fisheries than was provided in the original 2016 review. And in particular, we'll note the difficulties experienced by the IPAC in managing catch limits that could be taken in as few as 2 to 3 days. So we'll add some additional text to that part of it. We didn't feel like that was very well discussed and described. Otherwise, we'll talk about, we'll get into the description of the IFQ program. We'll talk about the initial allocation, quota share ownership caps and IFQ use provisions, as well as transfer of quota shares and IFQs. And this is, again, just the rules and the justification for that within the IFQ programs. Chapter 2 of the written report and the online appendix will really focus on the analytical parts of the review. We'll look at annual catch limits in the sablefish halibut fisheries. Of course, that trend is, halibut and sablefish catch limits have been changing over time. Halibut catch limits have gone down significantly in the last several years, while sablefish catch limits look like they might be increasing. So we'll discuss that. We'll then get into the initial allocation process and talk about that. I wanted to make a few little changes here in that the original program really doesn't talk about the initial recipients in very much detail. What I would like to try to do is to talk about initial recipients and break it into additional information so that you can look at the initial recipients in terms of whether or not they received a relatively large quota allocation relative to their annual catch, or a relatively small allocation relative to their annual catch. One of the things that we noticed when we developed the program back in the early 90s was that the 5-year application program created larger quota share holdings for people that had 5 years of catch history than it did for persons that had 1 year of catch history. So we'll try to focus on looking at differences within the initial recipients and to talk about those that have had relatively small levels of annual allocations and how much how much they're staying in the fishery relative to those that have larger allocations and whether they're still in the fishery or not. Okay, next slide. So we'll next move into harvest capacity or harvest flexibility, capacity and consolidation. We'll talk about harvest flexibility. And one of the things that we want to talk about here is fishing season harvests and timings. And this was one of the things that I really felt wasn't talked about much in the initial review with respect to the baseline years, in that basically all the halibut and sablefish were being harvested in a single month, maybe two if the season timing was like that. And since the IFQ program, halibut landings have been have occurred between all the way from March until November, and that impact is something that we would really like to emphasize and talk about some of those things. Make sure that people get that that's an important feature of the program. We'll also talk about total harvests and underage and overage provisions and limits. Okay, next slide. I need to, my computer doesn't want to move to the next slide here. Okay, next we'll talk about gear conflicts. We'll also talk about allocation conflicts and product wholesomeness and markets. The section on product wholesomeness and markets, we're hoping to expand that a little bit to look at changes in delivered forms of halibut and sablefish. We believe that there has been a change with more fish delivered as whole fish rather than headed and gutted. It may not be true, but we want to examine that to see if that has been the case. We also want to look at changes in exports, noting that sablefish had primarily been export fishery. Almost all of it was being exported in the 80s and early 90s. And we think a much greater percentage of sablefish is being sold into domestic markets. And so we'll look at that as part of our review of product wholesomeness and markets. We'll also talk about fleet diversity and diversification. While the 2016 program review discussed the ability of vessels and vessel owners to diversify their harvest portfolios, the 2016 review did not directly measure diversification of their portfolios. And we intend to take a look at that to summarize how much, whether and if and how much vessel owners are diversified and quota shareholders are diversified, or to the extent that they're just in the sablefish and halibut fishery itself. We think that that's an important component of understanding the IFQ program. Okay, next slide. This section will talk about the harvest capacity. This section of the 2016 review examined capacity in terms of the number of vessels participating in the fishery, along with fleet consolidation, as well as an assessment of quota share ownership caps and IFQ use caps. We're proposing to augment this by examining IFQ vessel activity across all fisheries, as we talked about earlier, and to assess how and whether the available capacity of these vessels has changed relative to all of the other fisheries that they're engaged in. We think that, again, that's an important feature of the IFQ program and really allows us to talk about the flexibility of vessels and their use in the fisheries. Okay, next slide. Let's see. I think I might be I think I'm on the previous slide. The one with processor impacts. Crew member and process. So let's see. Do we have a okay, yeah. So we talked about harvest. Did we talk about no this okay, we want to talk about harvest capacity. We're going to talk about capacity in terms of the number of vessels participating in the fishery, along with fleet consolidation, as well as an assessment of use caps and ownership caps. And then we're going to augment this by examining vessel activity across all the fisheries. And then with respect to crew member and processor impacts, one of the things that we'll look at will be to look at Department of Labor and Workforce Development data on they conduct a survey every 2 or 3 years of all types of vessels and ask permit holders how many crew members they have on board. And we think that this number has probably changed over time, particularly in the sablefish and halibut fisheries. We'd like to make sure or take a look at that data and add that into this. There isn't a whole lot of information on sablefish and halibut crew members directly from the fishery. We don't have, like in Daryl's previous discussions, we don't have the EDR data in the IFQ program. And so that isn't something that we have access to for the IFQ program. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Okay, processor impacts. The 2016 program review documents significant declines in the number of processors pre-IFQ versus post-IFQ. While we think there has certainly been processor consolidation, it isn't entirely clear whether the changes that are depicted in the 2016 review are a result of the IFQ program or part of a longer term trend, or if in fact it was, if it really is an artifact of the IFQ program. And it's been pointed out to us that harvesters that wish to deliver their sablefish and halibut into Oregon and Washington, for example, effectively need to report themselves as becoming processors. And so that could have led to a big increase in the number of post-IFQ processors that we're seeing in the fisheries. We'll look at that. We'll look at other data sets to really document and verify how many processors are still remaining in the fishery that were available or in the fishery at the beginning of the IFQ program and over time. And to the extent that we can, we'll look at that also with respect to communities and where processors are located. We'll also look at the owner operated characteristics of the fleet. I guess we don't have anything more to add there. Sarah, can you switch to the next slide? And I need to get switched too here. We'll also talk about entry opportunities and transferability of quota shares. We're going to I think we're off a slide somehow, Sarah. Go to the previous one or at the bottom of this one. Yeah, entry into the sablefish and halibut fisheries. Okay. For entry into the sablefish and halibut fisheries, we propose to augment the figures from the 2016 review to show not just transfer rates, but to also look at the initial recipients and the new entrants, and to show how much of the new fishery, how much of the fishery is being harvested, how much of the tax and the quota shares are being harvested by new entrants, and how many of them are part of the initial recipients. We'll dig into that and look at different ways that folks that were initial entrants could be considered new entries if, for example, they were a new entrant or an initial recipient of Bering Sea harvest, but then they purchased quota in the Gulf of Alaska, for example, or if they were initial recipients in the sablefish fishery and they then became new entrants in the halibut fishery. So we'll look at those kinds of features as well. With respect to the transferability of quota shares, let's see, Sarah, I think we need to move to the next slide. Yeah. With respect to transferability of quota shares, the 2016 program review provided lots of tables and figures that showed annual transfer rates, but it didn't really talk about the cumulative level of transfers that have occurred since the program began. And that's one of the things that we really think is important to look at, and we'll review that in our program review. And let's see, so then we'll talk about community impacts. In terms of community impacts, the assessment of community impacts in the 2024 program review will follow the same general format used in the previous review, except that we'll dig down quite a bit more into each area. We will consider and we'll look at whether communities are rural or urban and whether they have transportation access. We'll augment that with whether or not they have access to the Alaska Marine Highway System, for example, because we think that a lot of halibut and sablefish are being transferred or transported via that program. We're also going to look at quota share and halibut and IFQ holdings in the online appendix at the community level on a year-by-year basis. The written report will describe the communities that have experienced significant changes since implementation. And as in the 2016 review, will provide GIS-based figures summarizing holdings at the community level. Our intention with the GIS figures is that instead of having a snapshot of the initial allocation and a snapshot of the holdings at the end of the review period, that those will be more dynamic and will actually, you'll be able to click on that and show the progression of holdings over time as the program has continued on. Okay, Madam Chairman, I think that's the end of my presentation. We do have another slide that Sam had mentioned that that came from NIMS that they would like to discuss. And I can address other questions after that or before that, I guess.
I think we have a question for you right now, if that's okay.
Okay.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Hartley. The discussion of processor impacts, which at least on my version of the presentation was on page 19, 2.4.2, left me scratching my head. And it's, my question may just betray my ignorance on this, but I had thought that the changes in the decline in the number of processors was well known and well understood, even in peer-reviewed literature, to be largely caused by the design of the program. That it was fairly well understood that the program's very significant changes to the terms of delivery resulted in a period of just a very few years in the essentially complete closure of processing capacity that wasn't directly linked to the road system for halibut. Am I wrong on that? Is there not a fairly significant body of literature on that already?
Through the chair, Mr. Toit, I think that there has been a fair amount of data that examined this. My experience with these data, the data that summarize processing and processors over time, is that it's difficult to track an individual processor year over year over year because of the way that processors are reported as entities. So, for example, if there's a change in the ownership of a processor, then it will be reported as a new processor, and so our hope is that we can track down and eliminate those processors that are it's essentially the same processor, but has changed ownership, so it gets reported as a new processor. And if that makes any sense. So, for example, if Icicle is now Cook, but it's the same processing facility, is it a new processor? And we want to try to track down and make sure that we're not over-reporting that decline or under-reporting that decline. We just want to make sure that it was done with the correct level of attention to detail in the sense that because of the way that processors who are operating in the fishery are reported to the state and yes, to the state primarily. I hope that makes some sense. It's a weird thing in the data, and it's something that we want to just make sure that the review doesn't misattribute some of these changes inappropriately or attribute them inappropriately, I guess.
Thank you. I think we have one more question for you, Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Marcus, for your presentation. I do have two questions. The first is related to how rural versus urban is defined or was defined in the 2016 review. I know this came up at the IFQ committee, and can you remind me?
You know, Madam, through the chair, I think it was primarily in terms of the size of the population. You know, there are we do think that it's worth looking at. I think it probably is it really oversimplifies the elements of processing and the elements of operating in the IFQ system. While we want to keep reporting it that way because we think there is some value in it, we will also dig into the ways that we're looking at processors and communities in much more detail. For example, the size of the community, you know, in a much more granular manner. So, and as I indicated in I think one of the last slides, is that we will be looking at communities. We'll look at every one of the communities that has held quota share in Alaska since the beginning of the program. And we'll talk about it for other communities outside of Alaska as well, but we will be looking at it at a very fine level of detail.
Thank you, Marcus. That's helpful. My second question is in relation to the section of the review that's going to include actions approved since the last program review. Has there been any discussion or thought about whether we should include issues that the council has looked at that did not result in an action? For example, IFQ access or IFQ eligibility. I know the council spent quite a few meetings going over some of those topics, but they didn't ultimately result in any action.
I'm not aware of any discussions. I may not have been participating in those during the many years that, you know, the council, the program has been in place. I don't think we've necessarily said we're not going to talk about them, but I haven't included them at this point. Maybe primarily because I don't necessarily know about all of them.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hartley. I'm not seeing any other questions.
Okay, well, thank you. And I appreciate your bearing with me on this afternoon, and hopefully we won't have to worry about COVID next time we do this.
And speedy recovery to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, you may want to switch to the next slide or two.
Yeah, there was are you bringing the report, the slideshow back up? There was one more slide from the agency. Mr. Cunningham.
What a journey. The intent was just to allow the council to ask questions on any of these matters if you like. And Ms. Harrington could answer, but we weren't going to walk through them.
Okay, I'll give council members a moment to review the list and see if there are any questions. Okay, seeing none, I think our journey's over. Oh, no, Mr. Twite.
Apologize for probably knocking the train off the rails. Yeah, let's see, am I really abusing the metaphor? So it's not, Mr. Cunningham, it's not exactly clear to me how then these are going to be integrated with the product coming from Northern Economics. And I think you may have covered that at the beginning, but after I listened to the presentation, I sort of lost track of that.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, Mr. Hartley, I don't think was aware that, and no fault of his own, that the agency was developing this list. So I think it will be parallel work folded into the same document. So while it wasn't in Mr. Hartley's work plan, I think we've spoken to it today, and now the public knows that they can expect these topics to be covered.
But, and folded in, I think you meant just sort of fully integrated, so we won't go looking in a separate section. Each of these will be in sort of the appropriate section of the outline that he presented.
Through the chair, I wouldn't speculate. That seems most likely, and if that's not possible, if that would be too much of a shoehorn, then there could be a NIMS management section.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
Madam Chair, I have the briefest of IFQ committee reports because the committee primarily took on Mr. Hartley's work plan, and you've now received that presentation. I was asked to emphasize a few points. The committee minutes are posted to your agenda under D3. A couple highlights related to the work plan as the committee was interested in making sure that data from the years around COVID were treated with the appropriate context because there were some transfer rules relaxed around those years and changes in market behavior in the seafood industry, as you're well aware. So the committee flagged that for Mr. Hartley. There was some of the typical interest in types of participation in the fishery, related to who can hire a master, who has to be on board, et cetera, making sure that Mr. Hartley, the analysts, were aware of the committee's interest in that. And it was acknowledged that there are some data limitations and that type of analysis due to how individual quota holders structure their business affairs. So the committee was happy with if the data are available or an as feasible approach to those issues. One thing that you may hear about in public comment here that's in the committee's report is some interest in IFQ quote transfer back issues. So here the committee is interested in ways to prevent situations where quota might be stranded based on trying to use temporary transfer provisions, and then someone's not able, the recipient of that transfer is not able to get the quota fished. Again, I think you'll hear about that in your testimony. And then the other one I wanted to mention is processor trends. That was part of Mr. Hartley's presentation. The committee emphasized that there has been a change in the number of sablefish markets available, and that's affecting quota utilization for sablefish. So those are the highlights. There are other things in the report I could cover if you're interested. In terms of other business, the committee did discuss its current membership and intended to, or if the council is interested, kind of check in with some members who have been latent in their participation and haven't attended recent meetings to ensure that all members continue to be interested in serving, and agreed that a new solicitation of new members may be warranted. And if so, the committee identified some types of representation they would value. That's in the report again, and includes ensuring there are both Bering Sea and Gulf communities represented, different scales of fishing operations, representation for younger fishermen and second generation and or new entrant fishermen, and finally, those with experience fishing in areas 4B and 4CD. That concludes my report, unless Ms. Bush, the committee chair, has anything to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I'll see if there are any questions on the committee report. Seeing none, thank you. So I think we're ready for our AP report on D3.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Howard.
Thank you. I'll wait a moment for the screen.
And while we're waiting for the screen to come up, members of the public wishing to testify on D3, please do so before the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. The AP motion for the IFQ work plan. The motion reads, the AP recommends that the IFQ program review be expanded to include a social impact assessment. Further, the AP recommends the SIA specifically cover the information requested in written public comment from Sea Alaska under this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Howard.
Sorry, there's more. I was waiting.
We can see the next page.
Okay, thank you. It's slightly confusing, I think, the way this reads, but this was other items to be assessed in the review. Address the following regulatory changes and their impacts to the IFQ program. Inclusion of the IFQ directed halibut fishery into the restructured partial coverage observer program in 2013. Full retention requirement of all species of rockfish for fixed gear catcher vessels and the use of streamer lines for birds. And incorporate a bycatch section on the annotated outline that includes trends of halibut bycatch, including halibut mortality in the directed fishery and halibut bycatch in the sablefish fishery, fleet compliance with rockfish retention regulations by gear type, longline and pot gear, and interaction of longline gear with seabirds and effectiveness of streamlines. And this motion passed 15-0.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions on the AP report. Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. In the first bullet under the rationale in favor of the amended motion, it says that the AP heard in both written and public comment that there is yet to be substantive discussion of the impacts of the IFQ program on entry-level opportunities. And then it goes on for a few other categories. Was there any discussion about the council, since the last program review, took up 2, maybe 3 different discussion papers specifically related to entry-level opportunities? Did that come up at all?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Bush, for the question. No, that did not come up. And I think the reason is this was directly in response to the nature of this report being economic rather than having more of a community level and a sociocultural space for it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Not seeing any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Howard.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move to public testimony on D3, starting with Linda Bankin.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Thanks for this opportunity to testify and for your endurance through this long week. I'm testifying on this work plan. Start by saying that Lynn Benkin, Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, we greatly appreciate the amount of work that goes into reviewing these IFQ plans and the necessity to bound the scope of work to the really relevant aspects. We're pleased to see that many of the issues that are important to our organization will be included in the work that's planned, and that many of the benefits of the halibut sablefish IFQ program, including resource benefits, enhanced safety, and at least until recently, market improvements will be captured. And we really appreciate that. Where we have had some concern after reviewing the scope of work, some of which I think has been discussed a bit today, maybe alleviated by some of the answers I just heard from Mr. Hartley, but was just with the depth of socioeconomic and distributional impacts that would be included in this review and scope of work. There have certainly been large impacts to the cost of entry, to the owner-operated fleet, and in many cases, we've seen quite a loss of access, sometimes complete loss of access from small rural and particularly indigenous communities in the Gulf of Alaska. From our read of the scope of work, it seemed that there was a suggestion of grouping rural, grouping urban, and possibly not getting at the large difference between the impact of the program on our larger rural communities versus smaller rural communities. And we wanted to make sure that those impacts were captured and analyzed and presented in a way that was clear, not assigned to an appendix, so that information could inform future decision-making by the council relative to this program. I think along with looking at where quota has migrated, where there has been a loss of access, it's also important to consider the cultural socioeconomic impacts of that loss of access. I'm sure you know there's a lot of data establishing that having commercial fishing activity in a community enhances access to subsistence foods, food security, as well as community health. And we believe all these aspects of access and of the IFQ program's impact on communities should be captured in this report to help with future decision-making. Let's see, I did want to mention, I heard a statement from Mr. Twite about processors and the impact of the quota share program on processors relative to the road system. I'm sure Mr. Hartley will find this in his review of the program, but to point out that there are still a number of communities and processors in those communities that are processing significant amounts of halibut quota that are not on the road system, including SBC and Sitka, as well as processors in Juneau and Petersburg. So while there has been some significant impacts on the processing sector that I hope will be captured in this, we have not lost processing capacity out of some of our communities that are off the road system. Our organization has had quite a few concerns and launched programs to try and address the challenges to access for members of our small and rural communities, as well as to address the graying of the fleet, including a crew apprentice program, a revolving loan fund, as well as purchasing A-shares and making them available to people who live in our communities as a first step into quota share access and ownership. We believe these are helping, but they're small compared to the challenges that people in some of our communities are facing. So in closing, we appreciate the work going into this, the review of the IFQ program. We see much of what's planned to be quite positive. We just want to make sure that the review does capture the social, culture, economic impacts that have been felt by members, particularly of the rural communities, challenges faced by young fishermen, and the small scale operators who were owner operators, who were one of the main characteristics of the fleet that we sought to maintain when this program was initially launched. And we ask that you make sure that there's firm direction on properly analyzing those impacts and clearly presenting them as this review moves forward. Thanks so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thanks. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Benkin, for your testimony. My question is, there are two comment letters from Southeast Alaska that express concern about impacts and impacts to communities and you've seen the letters, one from Sealaska and one from the Central Council of Tlingit Haida Indian Tribes. And what I'm wondering is, do you think that between the comments you just made and the recommendations from the SSC that the analyst has enough information to address the concerns that are raised in those comment letters and also your concerns that seem to be parallel in some ways regarding impacts and access?
So through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, I want to make sure I'm understanding your comment. I mean, I think that, or your question, that there have been parameters raised by Sealaska of, or metrics that they would like to see analyzed and included in the analysis. I've tried to highlight some of those as well, as have Tlingit and Haida. I think what we want to make sure is that the council provides direction to the analyst to include that information in this analysis, and that it does capture that level of detail that's been requested, highlighted by the SSC as well as the AP. I think there's a difference between the SSC and the AP recommendation, and that the SSC ended up not calling for a social impact assessment, whereas the AP did call for a SIA. And whatever you call it, we just want to make sure that these impacts are analyzed and presented in a way that helps inform your decision-making, the council's decision-making moving forward relative to the IFQ program.
Hey, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Seeing no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Bacon. Next up is Duncan Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Duncan Fields, and I'm here today representing Cape Barnabas, Inc. and Uziki Community Holding, Inc. These are 2 of 3 or 4 operational CQEs in the Gulf of Alaska. With me today is Freddie Christensen. He's a board member of Cape Barnabas, Inc. Has been involved with the CQE program since its inception back in 2004. I want to start where Linda Binkin left off, which is to say, whatever we call it, we need more breadth and depth of sociological analysis relative to the IFQ community's impact on Alaska's fishery-dependent rural communities. That's my overarching concern with the proposed IFQ program review, that it would not adequately or accurately assess this program's impact on our small coastal communities. The outline is interesting in terms of how it's formatted and implies by the format somewhat of its emphasis. We have very detailed outline relative to the impacts with regard to fishers and those involved as stakeholders in the fishing community. And then right at the end of the outline is community impacts, broad general category. Well, if you go to the commentary on the community impacts, we see that it's going to talk about urban or rural or ferry service. I mean, these might be interesting, but it's not going to really inform us relative to the impacts on the coastal communities. And then further, and this is a real concern I have, it indicates that any more detailed analysis is going to be shifted to an online index, online appendix for further discussion. And I'll just throw in a brief parenthetical. I'm concerned with the format. It just seems to be assumed that this is going to be the format of this report. But which of you will read a report and then also follow back and forth to electric online index? That's a tremendous task. And it seems unlikely that this report will have any usefulness at all if all the analytical information is transferred to the online index and you have a broad general written report that may have information in it, but not the analysis in it. And so I would just ask the question of the council if whether or not it's the best approach to take to create a format where you have a written report and a primary analysis in an online index. Mr. Hartley in his presentation also indicated some, editorial flexibility about what goes where. And that in itself is transferring a value assessment to your analyst. And again, I question the wisdom of this format, and I'm wondering if the format used by the council for this review will actually be useful in the end. The 2016 review of the program was well done. I think there's universal agreement to that. I believe that if we add to that sort of a analysis light, LITE, with appendices, we're going to actually undermine much of the good work, analytical work that was done in that 2016 report. I better get back to business. That's my editorial comment. Two other things to point out to the council. And this was foreshadowed by the question of, are we going to talk about what's happened over the last few years? There's been extensive discussion. I don't know formally at the council, but certainly within the council family with regard to revisiting the agency standards with national standard 4, or agency guidelines with national standards 4, 8, and 9. That's equitable allocation of the fisheries. It's community protections to mitigate harm to communities. And it's bycatch in the degree that you can't reduce bycatch mortality. And a lot of those issues surrounding the discussion about new agency guidelines, at least from the Alaska comments, were generated by the IFQ comment. It seems as though if we're going to review the program, we would include all of that discussion relative to new national guidelines for those 3 national standards as part of our IFQ review. Secondly, and equally important, the agency has developed or adopted an equity and environmental justice strategy. Nothing in this outline addresses anything about a new National Marine Fisheries Service strategy. We should have a whole section of this outline that reviews the IFQ program through the lens of the aspirations of the new National Marine Fisheries Equity and Environmental Justice Strategy. So to me, those are 2 significant gaps. Also, the question was asked relative to council discussion since 2016 about issues that didn't actually come to a council action. It seemed as though there was some unfamiliarity of those issues. I just went back to my file on IFQ review. In 2017, I had testimony for the council for an AP motion that was brought to the council to create a white paper to address the harm to the rural communities. And we had some ideas relative to transferring the shares or some way funding the CQEs in the rural communities. We had a whole discussion over a year period of time from the IFQ committee to the AP and then to the council. Now, it didn't move forward, but those kinds of discussions from my perspective, as was suggested by a council member, merit inclusion in an IFQ review. In summary, the proposed IFQ review should be substantially revised to include discussion of the program's compliance with national standards 4, 8, and 9, as well as how the agency's equity and environmental justice strategy should or could inform the IFQ program. Community impact sections should be more specific and expanded to include substantial. And this is both the SSC and the AP and the other testimonies, substantial sociological assessments. And the review should have a specific and in-depth discussion of the community quota entity program's expectation and the reality within the larger IFQ program. I kind of missed that in my point going to the conclusion. The CQE program was envisioned as the council's solution to, or at least mitigation of, impacts on rural communities that were already recognized within 5 or 6 years of the program. We initiated that amendment package in 2001. It was passed by the council in 2004, 9 years after the program was in place. We need to go back and see what the goals of that program were within the larger IFQ program. And then as part of the IFQ program assessment, see what the program has become and what it hasn't become based on the council's expectation. That's what a programmatic review should be. And of course, there's nothing in the outline specific to the CQE program that would provide the council information to assess whether or not the original goals in 2004 have been met with the CQE program. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for consideration of my concerns. And if I do have any time left at all, I'm going to defer to my colleague, Mr. Christensen. I think Freddie is good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for joining us. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. So next up, Jaylene Kukash.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you to the council and the chair for allowing me to provide comments. My name is Jaylene Kukash. I am the Vice President for Policy and Legal Affairs with Sea Alaska Corporation based in Juneau. And we represent over 25,000 Alaska Native shareholders, predominantly of Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian descent. And we submitted comments, written comments, and also providing this testimony today because of our concern for our villages that depend on the fisheries for subsistence and commercial opportunities. So I would hope that you would review the written comments, which provide a little bit more detail, but I'll summarize just to say that we believe the council is obligated to retain social scientists for a thorough social, economic, and cultural impact analysis. The 2016 IFQ program review already documented the catastrophic losses of halibut and sablefish quota share in our villages. Several of our villages, including my own home community of Angoon, the losses of those quota shares were at or near 100%. In the Gulf of Alaska wide, the losses were tremendous. We do have the available data set out in our comments. We expect the same or similar review and results will occur in this 2023-2024 review. But like previous speakers presented, we don't want to have the losses to some of our communities buried or lost through a generalization of rural losses versus urban losses. Some of the rural communities are doing fine, but most of our small traditional rural communities have not done well. I guess my emphasis would be that not all rural communities are created equal. Some of the larger designated rural communities have infrastructure and have been able to sustain their fisheries. We're also concerned, similar to Mr. Fields, about the findings being lost in an appendix. I know that's common in many large reports, and I know this is a significant undertaking, but our concern is that putting some of these analysis or findings in an appendix won't give it the attention that it deserves. So we ask that some of this important data be included in the main report. We also do want to emphasize that the 2016 review did not review the social and cultural impacts of losses. And we think it's critical that that is addressed this time around. And as the previous speaker noted, under the NOAA Fisheries Equity and Environmental Justice Strategy, NOAA and the council must acquire data needed to assess the impact of its policies on underserved communities. I would note that this is also required in the Magnuson-Stevens Act National Standard number 8, which states that conservation and management measures shall take into account the importance of fishery resources to fishing communities by utilizing economic and social data in order to provide for the sustained participation of such communities and, to the extent practicable, minimize adverse economic impacts on such communities. As noted, our comments, written comments list a number of likely economic, social, and cultural impacts that should be documented so the council can make intelligent, informed decisions on how to rectify this injustice to underserved communities in our region. And I do appreciate the advisory panel's motion to incorporate the list of items that we noted in our testimony. And just to summarize, those include loss of commercial fishery opportunities, documented declines in subsistence harvest and permits, loss of fishing infrastructure, lack of alternative employment opportunities, depopulation and effects of depopulation, such as closures of schools and loss of services, the impact on income levels, and other social impacts, such as drug and alcohol abuse and other social ills that many of our communities may have had an increase in due to loss of these fishing quotas and opportunities provided in this program. Again, just hope that you will strongly consider our written testimony and our recommendation to include not only economic analysis, but review of social and cultural impacts to our communities that are struggling today and every day. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the council, and I'll remain online if any of you have any questions. But thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions for you. Seeing none. Thanks again for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Heather McCarty is our last testifier.
Hello, Madam Chair. This is Heather McCarty. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Heather McCarty speaking on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen Association, the CDQ group for St. Paul. As the council knows, halibut fishing is a very big piece of the culture and the economics of St. Paul. CBSFA, as the CDQ group, manages the CDQ allocation and also manages the IFQ owners, fisheries, and potential buying of those fish. We have a halibut co-op that buys fish and has it custom processed. We've had glitches in that system over the course of the pandemic. And first, I'd like to thank the council and the agency for all the efforts that have been made, the actions that have been taken to help St. Paul continue that fishery that's so important to everyone there. I'd like to speak briefly to the issues, the community impact issues that were spoken about by the previous three testifiers. There's no doubt that there needs to be an in-depth look at effects on communities, all communities. We had the same concern when we looked at the treatment of communities in the proposed outline. And those fears were somewhat allayed by some of the answers that that the analyst gave, that Marcus gave to some of the questions that he's already had, saying, I believe he said that every community is going to be looked at in detail. And I think that's correct. I think that's what needs to happen. If it takes an SIA, if it takes some special instructions from the council, it seems to me that that instruction should be given. The second issue that we would like to speak to is one that we covered in our testimony, our written testimony to the council, and it has to do with medical transfers. There were also mention of this by the IFQ committee. We attended that meeting and spoke to it at the IFQ committee, and they included it in their recommendations. As also NIMS mentioned it in the list of things that they'd like to see talked about in the review. So we hope that those two requests and our request will lead to a robust discussion in the review of medical transfers. And the question is, can medical transfers be modified so that there can be a second transfer if IFQ is stranded because the transferee cannot catch the fish? There's a requirement now that there be only one transfer for medical emergencies. And there have been several instances where transfer is made and then that transferee can also not catch those fish for a variety of reasons, for boat blowing up and personal injuries and that sort of thing. So we'd like to see in the review a full report on how many times that seems to have happened, at least through the NIMS records, where a transfer is made, the fish are stranded, and there's been requests for either a retransfer or a transfer back to the original owner. So those are the two things that we would like to emphasize, and we thank you for your attention to this.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thanks again. Okay, so we have received staff presentation and public testimony as well as our AP report on D3. I'll ask if the council wishes to take action. Ms. Bush?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll wait a second for staff. All right, we have the motion up. And the motion reads, the council approves the IFQ program review work plan and requests staff incorporate SSC and IFQ committee recommendations to the extent possible, in particular, those specific to community level impacts. The council also requests staff include the following in the program review. Review the council's consideration of actions to promote new entry and active participation after the previous program review. And as an example, the IFQ access opportunities discussion paper, owner on board provisions, and IFQ eligibility. And with a second, I'll speak to my motion.
Seconded by Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Mesereau. Much of the written and public testimony that we received was focused on community level impacts. And so I thought it was important to highlight that specifically in my motion. 4 of the 5 SSC comments were, or 4 of the 5 SSC recommendations were specific to community issues. So I think the SSC did a good job of recognizing how the review can be further expanded to include those community impacts, both for the CQE and for environmental justice concerns, relevant information among tribal, minority, low income, and other communities of potential equity concerns. So as far as the bullet in my motion, I think it's important in these program reviews not to lose work that the council's done that maybe didn't result in an action or a regulatory or FMP amendment. So I'm requesting that that information be incorporated into the review as well.
Thank you. I'll see if there's any questions on Ms. Bush's motion. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Bush, I'm just curious about your use of the word possible. Typically, we try to take care of the SSC recommendations to the extent practicable or feasible. Possible means that we would, if it's possible, we're going to be looking at that, even no matter how much time it takes. So I just want to know what you were thinking on that.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, that I think I was just going off of the last motion that we had for the crab work plan. Practicable works as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think that needs an amendment. Any other questions? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's getting late. I just, I think there were some valid public comments regarding an online only appendix, and I'm wondering if this motion doesn't address that, but there was public comment on it, and I'm hoping that maybe we can have a discussion about that, or maybe get the report as a whole and then have some of it put in an online appendix. I don't know if there's a way to address that concern. I think it is valid, and I don't know that there's any real time savings one way or the other, since everything is online anyway. And so I don't know if we can have the report come in as a whole and then squirrel some away in the future in an online appendix, or I'm looking for some guidance. And I guess that I support the motion, and I support the work that's been done, but I'm just wondering if there's a way to get that report. We can take it as a whole, and then at least the public will have a chance to review it as one complete report. Maybe I don't understand the issue fully, but.
Looks like Mr. Witherell is shaking his head, but do you have any comments on that, Mr. Witherell?
Madam Chair, I was just going to say that we'll take that under advisement and we'll come back to you with a response.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Mesereau. Any other comments? Okay. Thank you again, Ms. Bush, for your motion. I'm going to give this a try. Is there any opposition to the motion? And seeing none, that motion passes without opposition. Okay, so I think we will break for the day and resume with staff tasking tomorrow at 8 a.m. Thank you. See you tomorrow.